Hello and welcome to Bedtime Stories. We're back into the Superbat fandom for this one. This is What Happens on Nereid by Mawiiish. Fun tags for this one. Superbat, not canon compliant. Continuity, what continuity? Autistic Bruce Wayne, kidnapped by aliens, only one bed, sharing a bed, pining. Sex pollen with a twist. It doesn't actually make them have sex. Idiots in love, accidental cuddling, accidental arousal, fake pretend relationship, other tags to be added, temporarily depowered fart, rating no change, bickering, first kiss, fake sex to convince the aliens they're together, truth serum, making out, ticklish Bruce Wayne, dialogue heavy, not beta red, a dash of angst, and lightness. This podfic is for my Superbat friends, Severed Data and Zoe 134340, because they were the ones who recommended this fic to me, as specifically having autistic Bruce Wayne, a previously expressed headcanon of mine. I have once again mismanaged my headphones charging timeline, whatever, so we're listening to some tunes on my phone. This one is I'd Walk Through Fire for You by Vice Tones, which seems like, a very... I'm going to start it over, actually, because I like it for Superbat. Oh, and the rating is teen and up audiences. On we go. Gonna try and get through chapter 1 tonight. Oh, and since this is the start of a new fic, let me introduce bedtime stories. Chill vibes, live read, live reaction style, no editing. I have autism and ADHD, which manifests sometimes as a communication disorder. Basically, I have spoken typos. I do not apologize for those. In the immortal words of one of my favorite, quote, mainstream, traditionally published authors, Gail Carriger, think of them like sprinkles on the cupcake that is the story. Okay, I think I said all the important things. On to chapter 1. Bruce doesn't even know where to begin. He's still trying to figure out how they got into this mess. No! Oh my god, I forgot the most important thing to tell you. I got up to get some warm water and some honey before I started reading, and when I came back, Norbert had decided he needed to be right in the middle of the bed and the mattress, so I am not under my blanket. The edges of my blanket are folded up around my feet to keep them tolerably warm, but the rest of me just has to suffer because I could not make Norbert move, of course. I just carefully positioned myself around him, and he accepted this affection as the tribute he was due. Okay. Okay, now the story. Bruce doesn't even know where to begin. He's still trying to figure out how they got into this mess in the first place. It shouldn't have happened this way. He had a plan. They were following his plan, at least to some extent. There's always some hiccups, but nothing major. They were doing good. There was absolutely no reason it should have gone this wrong. Oh, wait, that's right. It is completely and irrevocably Clark Kent's fault. Superman, with his superhuman strength and razor-sharp mind, couldn't be bothered to think before speaking, much less think before acting. The oaf of a man should have a handler, and Bruce is not going to volunteer for the job after today. Not that he'd have volunteered on any other day, but he might have been able to be persuaded. Not today, though, because right now all he wants to do is wring Clark's neck, even though he knows it's physically impossible for him to do so. He'll find a way. He always finds a way. It'll involve copious amounts of kryptonite, and Clark will be in immense pain the entire time. Yes, that's what he'll do. If they ever get off this godforsaken planet. Okay, so calling it godforsaken may be a tad over-exaggerated. The inhabitants are polite enough if you discount their constant need to touch. Bruce hasn't slept in several days, though, a case in Gotham keeping him up, followed by another earth-shattering mission with the League. So he's not in the most forgiving of moods. It doesn't help that this could have been avoided if Clark had just kept his big mouth shut. But no, Earth's greatest hero just had to get involved in the discussion. There has to be a peaceful way to resolve this, he'd said, like it was that easy. It's never that easy. Bruce knows this. Clark should know it too. But no, of course not. Hold on, I've got a tickle in my throat and gonna drink some water because I don't want to cough. Jinxed it. Alright, let's try that one again. Of course, Clark Kent, born and raised more polite than any human should be allowed to, would be of the firm belief that they should talk about their issues. Bruce, that might be the social conditioning. Is it the autism talking, or Bruce just being like, no feelings? We don't talk about our feelings bad. You gotta deprogram yourself from that level of traditional masculinity, Bruce. It's healthy to talk about your feelings with your friends. Which is how they ended up being kidnapped to another planet with next to no warning. The tentacly arms around his waist had been warning enough, but Bruce would have liked a word before being hauled off to a strange spaceship. It's only because Clark had been chivalrous enough to try and save him that Bruce isn't the only human on the strange planet. Well, the only somewhat human at least. You know, this brings to mind an interesting line of questioning that I got into one time for a class about ethics and morality in computer science, especially around artificial intelligences. But what do we consider a person if we don't stop the definition of personhood at being human? And then that evolves into, for this situation specifically, so Clark is not human genetically, but he was raised by human parents with specifically Midwestern United States social and moral viewpoints. and ethical frameworks. So, like, how much of him is Clark because his parents raised him that way? How much of him is Kal-El because, you know, the Kryptonian genetic programming he has? How much of him is Superman, which in this particular instance I'm using to refer to, using as a label to refer to the parts of his identity he built for himself, coming into his adulthood and more specific concepts of personhood, excuse me, surrounding his beliefs and actions about his responsibility to use his powers for good and not evil. And like, I totally believe that Clark views the world in the terms of a community-based ethical framework. Because one of the more interesting things about ethics is before you can have an academic discourse on whether or not an action or a thought even is ethical, which, by the way, no thought, please, that's bad. But before you can decide whether or not someone's course of actions are ethical, you have to decide in which ethical framework you are viewing it and discussing it. So anytime someone asks the question, is that ethical? I'm like, hold up, we gotta agree to a whole bunch of things before we can talk about that question. A whole bunch of common definitions must be reached. I forgot where I was going with all of that, but I just glanced back at my e-reader screen and was reminded that the story existed. Jeez, and that we weren't just having a discussion about, whether Superman makes ethical choices. Okay. And, whether Superman counts as human because he was raised by humans. Ooh, that also reminds me of Stranger in a Strange Land. No, back to the story. Who the hell says there must be something else you want to an invading alien race in the first place? Beating them in a fight would have been much easier than finding a way off a planet they don't even know the name of. Who knows how long it's going to take the League to get a hold of Green Lantern so they can track them. Clark may be able to fly off this floating rock, but Bruce can't. Not unless they steal a spaceship. And since the reason they're here is because they wanted to find a peaceful solution, it wouldn't be good to steal from the aliens, much less run from them. They know where Earth is. They wanted the minerals in the Earth to begin with, so running is a no-go. Which is why he's not putting up much of a fight, as they're led from the ship and into what can only be described as a village. It's a progressive village, but a village nonetheless. Okay, I'm gonna pause myself right here. I was having a brief thought detour, and I wanted to walk you through it for those of you who don't have ADHD brain, so you can understand a little bit what it's like, and for those of you that do have ADHD brain, so you can just sympathize with me for a second. So I was like, I'm reading Superbat right now because as much as I love Mo Dao Zishu and the Wang Xian fandoms and Hankster and the Top Gun Maverick fandoms that I've been reading in for the past couple days, I wanted to come back to Superbat because I know I have excited readers in the Superbat fandom, and I was personally excited to read this story. And then I was like, excuse me. One of my favorite things about the Superbat fandom is the preponderance of sci-fi feeling stories, like space opera vibes, which led me into thinking about stories that I've read with space opera vibes, which led me to one of my favorite Victuri Yuri on ice fix, which I was like, note to self, put that on list of things to be podfic, which, just so you know, is longer than the proverbial Santa Claus naughty or nice list already, and I've only been podficking for a month. Like, in the metaphor, my eyes were much bigger than my stomach. I have made myself and some authors promises that I'm not sure I can cash in this lifetime. But it's going to give me lots of projects. I will never run out of things to podfic. And instead of feeling bad about this, I've resolved to feel hopeful and excited that the hobby that I started almost exactly 1 month ago, like, yay me, new habit, new hobby, new friends, and excitement from existing friends. I mean, this has been really good for me. And goddamn, I've missed it a lot the week that I was sick. And apparently still a little ill with a lingering cough, making it difficult to read, which is frustrating, but so I went off on that thought tangent. There was no real point to it. Anyway, Bruce is not running away from the planet. Okay. Yeah. He's dragged into a village. It's a progressive village, but a village nonetheless. It's the pure opposite of Metropolis, and the contrast is astounding when that's the last place they saw before getting off the ship. Their kidnappers have one arm, tentacle, curled around Bruce's forearm, and he's doing his absolute best not to shrug it off. The autistic urge to freak the fuck out when someone touches you and you were not expecting it and did not give your explicit permission. Is that the autism or is that the childhood trauma? Could be both. He finds little pleasure when the scallops on his bracers cut into the alien's flesh. That's because you're not a mean person, Bruce. You do not take pleasure in the pain of others. It is something that is necessary in your line of work. But, you're not vindictive like that usually. At least, not in my opinion. It doesn't even seem to notice, and Bruce wonders if they cannot feel pain. For fuck's sake. Are nociceptors a universal experience? Or are those restricted to humans and similar creatures? Yet another fascinating question that you don't get when reading fics that contain only humans. Biology of other types of peoples and creatures. Do they feel pain the same way? Well, considering that people with autism don't feel pain the same way as other types of people, I would expect that does extend, like, those differences exist in different life forms. Trying not to use othering language here because we're all in this together, but what's the best way to say, I had a surgery one time and it took so much morphine before I did no longer feel the knife that my arms were shaking where I was strapped to the table. Like, that's not the point. Bruce wonders if they cannot feel pain. The few he'd managed to fight on Earth before Clark tried talking it out hadn't seemed like they felt much pain either. They're led through the village and to a large cabin of sorts, and Bruce instantly freezes up. There's something moving around inside, and he can't be sure if it's more aggressive than these warriors. Clark, of course, doesn't seem too concerned. With his powers, he at least stands a fighting chance, while Bruce will have to rely on his help to even get free of the kidnapper's grasp. A solution he isn't happy with, but will accept if it comes to that. Clark isn't resisting the alien's arm either, so apparently the whatever it is isn't looking too dangerous. Bruce knows the gleam in Clark's eyes and when he's using his X-ray vision, and he's certain Clark isn't dumb enough to trust these aliens completely. "Greetings," a low voice says as it steps out of the cabin. It's another alien, tall and lanky, with 4 arms and a greenish skin color. It's no more, no less scary than the others, except this one isn't in battle gear. It is very much naked. Bruce tries his hardest not to look away. He doesn't know the customs, and it wouldn't do any good to insult anyone. Look at Bruce. Look at you pulling up your best manners, B. Especially when it seems like this alien is their leader. Bruce has never been more appreciative for Hal's lantern technology. There's no doubt in his mind that these creatures do not speak English, even if given the change. I think maybe the original intention of the author was to use the word chance here, given the phrasing, but it is written as change, so not sure. So he's grateful for the translator in his cowl. "Oh, they're already here?" says another voice, and the first alien is joined by another. This one is taller, with a higher voice, but just as naked as the first one. Bruce tries not to let it affect him. It's not like they're shaped like humans. It shouldn't make him uncomfortable seeing them naked, but he can't quite help it. Must be his upbringing, because when he glances at Clark, he doesn't seem to be experiencing any discomfort. Of course not. Superman is an open-minded guy through and through. This feels like another opportunity to go off on a whole discussion about autism, and some people have sensory seeking behaviors and some people have sensory avoidant behaviors, and some people have both at different times. And one of the kids that I babysit um, prefers to be naked at all times and only consents to put on clothes to leave the apartment and go to like the grocery store or whatever, because he um, has sensory avoidance with clothing, although he does like a good blanket snuggle. Whereas it seems B was brought up um, to the point where he prefers a clothed form. And that's another thing. When you're neurodivergent as a child and you question all the rules, and you're like, well, why do we have to do this one thing? And your parents are like, because I fucking said so. And you're like, well, that seems kind of arbitrary. And they're like, well, we live in a society, and that's what society does. And then when you're an autistic, um, technically adult, and you're like going back over all the rules you were taught as a child, and you come to the realization that I don't like this rule and it doesn't work for me, and when I'm in my own home, I can do what I fucking well want to, but I kind of like the sensation of long sleeves and long pants. And I feel safer being covered up, but that might be due to other issues. Who knows? I've lost the point of all of that. How was I relating that to the story? Oh yeah, B, it's very polite of you to be considering the customs of your host creatures versus imposing the rules that you were brought up with on them. So good on you. And also, you don't know what nakedness means in their society versus clothing, because that's a whole different level of discussion, which you can map out in various human cultures and the geographical locations they spawned from. A fascinating tangent, but I am going to resist the temptation and go back to the story, because I imagine that's what most of you came here to listen to. Superman is an open-minded guy through and through. And who do we have here, says the first alien. It, she, they seems to be in charge. Look at you, Bruce, asking for pronouns. They protected the Earth, the one at Bruce's side says. They're strong, the one holding onto Clark adds. The tall alien looks at them with its many eyes. 17. An odd number, Bruce thinks, although to them 2 eyes must seem like very few. He tries not to swallow too visibly. He's gotten too used to aliens looking like Clark. Hold up, I'm distracting myself again. Superbat. Does it count as a monster fucking ship when the creature you are involved with looks human all the time, as opposed to having distinctly non-human phenotype physical traits, either all of the time or, some of the time, like when the trope of shape-shifting into your partial form during times of heightened emotional aspect. Fascinating. Offered themselves, the first one says, with what Bruce can only guess is a smile. At least the equivalent of one. Its mouth is open and twisted somewhat. Bruce doesn't turn his head to look incredulously at it, although he wants to. Offered is a very generous word for what had happened back on Earth. Even if Clark screwed up with his talk about this suggestion, he did not offer either of them. No one did. Bruce just has to figure out how to convey that politely to these aliens so he can find a way off the planet without causing an interdimensional incident. We can make that phrase even more fun if we throw in another I word. Interdimensional interstellar incident. I like the dark one, the smaller alien says to the taller one. Bruce doesn't like the way it's staring at him. All 14? What's with the number of eyes on this planet? Its eyes running over his form as if it's trying to see right through him. It's very small, the leader says with what Bruce assumes is a frown. He stops himself from mirroring its expression, but only barely succeeds. Small? He holds back a huff. He's not small. It's not his fault these aliens are 7 foot and up. He's not that much shorter than Clark, barely half an inch. He's still not completely convinced Clark doesn't cheat with his ability to float and all. It shouldn't matter either way, and as soon as the alien by his side starts pulling him forward, it doesn't. Bruce doesn't give a shit who's the tallest. Obviously you do, Bruce. If you didn't care, you wouldn't notice so much whose height is which. Bruce doesn't give a shit who's the tallest, he just needs someone to stop this nonsense. He's prepared for anything, but he's the goddamn Batman. He doesn't have a contingency plan for being offered up as alien prey. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a... The way the shorter alien is staring at him makes him dig in his heels. But he doesn't have much leverage with a 7'3" alien pulling at his arm. Help! Bruce is being ogled by someone other than Clark, and he does not enjoy the experience. Bruce looks to Clark, trying his best to convey his thoughts of, "Help me, for the love of God, you're the one with the damn super strength. You got us into this mess. Get me out of it before they end up eating me, or something even worse, you absolute useless moron." He thinks he's fairly successful in getting his panicked thoughts across, even with the cowl hiding most of his face. Clark looks like he's trying not to panic, but even a panicked Superman would be better than one not doing anything. "Come on, you big oaf," Bruce thinks as he's dragged closer to the alien couple. "Help me." And that's a section break. Ooh, it looks like a POV change, too. Clark watches as the purple alien drags Bruce closer to the others. Satisfied smiles on their oddly shaped faces. "Wait," he says, and steps right out of the grasp of the alien holding him. He didn't want to seem rude, so he let it grab onto him. But there are 3 brilliant suns on this planet's sky. He's as strong, if not stronger, as he was on Earth. There's nothing on this planet that can hold him still if he wants to move. Hold on. That made me think of a song. It's gonna be a joke song, but I need to play it for you now because it's gonna be really funny. Isn't that funny? This isn't the version I was picturing, actually. It sounds a little different. Oh, this is from Madagascar 2. Oh no, that's a kid's version. That's not gonna be right. Where is the correct version of this song? By correct version, of course, I mean the one I heard first. Maybe this is the right one. It's lining up a little bit better with the track I have in my brain. We were listening to "I Like to Move It" by Will.i.am, but on the Madagascar original motion picture soundtrack, I Like to Move It is by Eric Murillo and Sasha Baron Cohen, and it is not available for some reason on YouTube Music. Okay, let's go back to my original playlist and get out of this loop of it was supposed to be for a joke, and we've lost unknown amounts of time to the joke. There's nothing on this planet that can hold him still if he wants to move. What are you doing with him? He's been selected, the tallest alien says. It doesn't sound unkind. It's an honor to be chosen to carry our offspring. Offspring? Clark's eyes widen in horror. They think Bruce is capable of carrying their children? How in the world will Clark be able to convince them otherwise? He's not made for this type of negotiation. He thought they could have a peaceful conversation, not that he had to convince an entire race that Bruce isn't equipped to bear children. You can't do that, Clark objects as politely as he can manage. He's starting to feel a little panicked, the way that Bruce is looking over his shoulder. He's never seen such a nervous expression on his face before. He doesn't have to see Bruce's eyes to know that he's more scared than he's willing to admit. Mostly because Bruce is never willing to admit to being scared at all. Stubborn bastard. Affectionate. No one has laid claim to this human, the alien says, and now it sounds slightly annoyed. It is well within our rights to choose him. You won't be needed any further, human. Clark doesn't have time to explain to these creatures that while he may look like them, he isn't human. If need be, they'll witness it themselves when he flies in and breaks Bruce free from the other alien's grasp. Clark's like, just because we're aliens doesn't mean I'm gonna let you steal my favorite person. .314. Monday, February 10th. Okay. He really... I've run out of water in the bottle that I have here on the bed with me. I am going to have to get up and make a new warm beverage and have some more honey, I think. We're about halfway through the chapter. He really doesn't want to have to fight an entire planet of aliens, though. That's exactly why he'd suggested they sit down and talk. This wasn't what he had in mind at all. Wait, no, you can't take him, Clark says in a last-ditch effort to stop them. Bruce is the one who usually comes up with plans, and not for the first time in his life. Clark wishes mind reading was one of his powers. He can't read Bruce's face at all, but he can see the way he's trying to dig the heel of his boots into the sand. Why not? The smaller of the aliens says. They at least seem a little interested in what Clark has to say. Because Clark stammers for an excuse. He looks at the way the two aliens have two of their arms wrapped together between them. How the taller alien keeps running its tentacles up the other one's side. They're standing close, like they don't want to be apart, and Clark takes a risk. He's already betrothed. Clark swears Bruce looks at least a little relieved that he's come up with an idea, even if it is one basically taken out of a bad romance movie. It's always hard to tell Bruce's mood with those damn lenses obscuring his eyes. To whom? The taller one asks curiously. Too quick breath. Me? He means for it to come out confident, but even if in its pathetic, breathy state, the aliens seem to believe him. Barely. At least enough that the purple one lets go of Bruce's arm. To you? The smaller one asks and blinks its mini eyes at Clark. Yes, Clark says. We've been partners for years. It's not technically a lie. Superman and Batman have been working together for several years. And even as Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, they've partnered up before. Clark just hopes it's enough truth that the lie isn't clear in his voice. He usually needs more time coming up with a believable lie. The aliens both look to Bruce as if he's going to disagree. Clark tries not to look too nervous. It's true, Bruce says after a moment. Why did you not announce your mating when you arrived then? The smaller alien asks. Once again, it sounds curious more than anything. Clark notices how it's hugging the other alien even closer now. Because you didn't give us a chance to speak before hauling us off to this place. Clark doesn't think that would be a wise reply, but he can't come up with a more convincing or polite one right now. We didn't know if such public signs of affection would be considered rude on your planet. Bruce, luckily, has enough brain capacity to half-lie. It is somewhat frowned upon on Earth. Oh my, the alien says, something like pity in their voice. We apologize for the suggestion. It gestures for Clark to come closer. He stands close by Bruce's side, just in case someone else will try to grab him. Please, feel free to act as you would do in private. On Nereid, we encourage public mating, the taller one says, and wraps more tentacles around its partner? Lover? Clark isn't sure what phrase would be politically correct. Companion, as if to assure them it's telling the truth. Clark nearly swallows his tongue at the word choice. Perhaps Green Lantern should update his alien translators to a more modern word choice. More modern English. At least Clark would be grateful for it. Bruce doesn't seem to notice. He's not reacting either way, which Clark supposes is how he reacts to most things. Ah, Clark says in response when his brain catches up. Smooth. Thank you. And thank you for your hospitality as well, Bruce adds. He doesn't quite stomp on Clark's foot, but he settles his boot rather harshly against it. Clark doesn't react, which clearly agitates Bruce. He's curling his hands into fists. Clark hopes the aliens won't take offense or recognize it as an aggressive gesture. He wonders if he should hold Bruce's hand. To make his anger less visible, obviously, no other reason. He eyes the hand closest to him, but doesn't move to take it. It's not that he's scared, although knowing Bruce, maybe he should be. He's just nervous Bruce will do something dramatic, like jump back or pull away. Bruce probably has more willpower than that, though, and Clark is left staring a little too long at Bruce's hand. Would Bruce even notice if he took it with those giant gloves on? What's the word for that? Gauntlets. Clark knows logically that Bruce can't really do anything to hurt him if he did grab his hand, but there's a small voice at the back of his head warning him. nonetheless. You never know what Batman carries around in his utility belt. That's so cute. Clark has mad respect for Bruce's little stingers and defense mechanisms. Clark likes his hands where they are, thank you very much. He would like them to stay at the end of his arms. He does, however, whoops, dropped something. He does, however, step a little closer to Bruce, just in case the aliens find their distance off-putting. They're a betrothed couple, after all. Great plan. Clark was dating a little too casual for you. Casual for you. The smaller alien introduces itself as a name that sounds vaguely like Adam, and Clark thinks it suits them, though he couldn't tell you why. They introduce their partner as Genevieve, or something similar. Enough that Clark feels confident enough thinking about them as such. The translator is good, but not perfect, and names never translate as well as spoken language. Genevieve looks at Clark's face, and then down at Bruce's hand. Clark tries not to look too closely at the way their tentacles are wrapped around Adam's, but it's clear they find it weird that mates. Clark blushes just a little, thinking the word wouldn't be touching. Clark takes a subtle breath and sneaks his hand into Bruce's. It's not as much sneaking as it is Clark just grabbing Bruce's hand and lacing their fingers together. The gauntlet feels rough underneath his hand, but he can't think too much about that. He hopes Bruce is paying attention to what Adam is telling them, because Clark has no idea what they've been saying for the past few minutes. He's been too busy trying not to look into any of Genevieve's eyes. Bruce turns to look at him with a blank face. Can a face even be blank when there's a black mask obscuring half of it? Yeah, pretty sure can. Clark is 99% sure Bruce is raising an eyebrow at him inside that stupid lead-lined cowl. It looks almost like a silent challenge, and Clark frowns. Public meeting. Right. Well, this is as good as Clark can do with what he's given to work with. It's not like he's going to ravish Bruce in front of a bunch of strangers, even if they are aliens, and probably wouldn't mind, judging by the way they're all touching each other somewhat intimately. He's a gentleman. And he's also pretty sure Bruce would find a way to either stab or strangle him before Clark's lips ever touched him. It's just a feeling he's got, but he's almost certain Bruce isn't into the whole PDA thing. At least, not while he's in the bat suit. Yeah, B's in work mode right now. Keep your lips to yourself. Bruce lets out a little grunt as Clark squeezes his hand. It's soft enough that only Clark can hear it, but he feels obligated to answer anyhow, if only to see what Bruce will say back if he's faced with a little teasing. You don't exactly have a back pocket I can put my hand in, Clark says quietly, leaning close to Bruce as he speaks. Not in this suit. Clark could swear the little huff of air Bruce lets out is a laugh. A small one, but a laugh nonetheless. This is clearly a design flaw in the Batsuit, and future iterations will have back pockets that Clark can place his hand into for a little friendly grope. He can't be certain, though, because the next moment Adam addresses him directly as only a dozen eyes can. Let us have you for dinner, they say, and Clark can't hide the shock on his face. I'm just imagining Clark as the shocked, surprised Pikachu face right now. Over for dinner, Genevieve says with a chuckle that sounds like a truck driving over broken glass. Don't tease our guests. So they know how the translators work. Enough to make jokes. Great. We really should, Clark tries to say, but he's interrupted by another not quite stomp on his foot. We would love to join you, Bruce says, and grins. It looks odd on his face. Batman doesn't grin like that. Not unless he's monologuing over a beaten villain. And that was really only that one time with Lex Luthor. When Batman grins, you expect several rows of razor-sharp teeth greeting you, not perfectly straight human teeth. It's unsettling, but Clark doesn't say anything. Now isn't the time to comment on Bruce's smile of all things. Okay, I've just noticed that I'm very hungry and that's why I feel a little dizzy. So I'm gonna pause and make myself a snack, and I'll come back and read some more after that. Okay, I've had some toast and some tea with milk, and I am feeling much less dizzy. It was definitely low blood sugar. And while I was having my snack, I found out that Severed Data made me co-creator on a fic that they just posted, which I did beta. I did not write, but I gave some feedback, so that's really cool. I think I'm gonna go podfic it after I get done reading this chapter, and y'all should definitely check that out. Where were we? Oh yes, Clark was talking about Batman's teeth. Hey fellas, is it gay to notice someone else's teeth in specific detail? Because you're imagining they're going to bite you. This time, when they're led through the village, none of the aliens touch them. They're still walking very close, closer than anyone on Earth would if they had any other choice. But apparently, the knowledge that they're a mated pair is enough for them to keep their tentacles to themselves. They're led to a large table where several aliens are already seated. Some large, some small, some children-sized, although Clark isn't sure if their size corresponds with their age, so he won't greet them any different than he would adults. He opens his mouth to say hi when Bruce tugs on his arm. No greetings then. Got it. Can I just say how much I'm enjoying the fact that B is the one in charge of manners in this outing? Because usually in Fandom, Clark is held up as the epitome of politeness. I think B makes choices about when to deploy his manners or not, but the social settings he goes into is Brucey Wayne. He knows manners. He just chooses to deploy them at certain times. They've barely sat down, squeezed in next to Adam and Genevieve, and what Clark assumes is a large family. Norbert, what the hell? They're all the same shade of green, and the small alien's eyes, all 7, are the same shape as the larger ones. He's confident enough saying these are their children. Maybe. There's a bit of small talk. It's mostly Genevieve and Adam speaking, and then they're presented food, or at least what looks like food. It looks vaguely like fruit, but Clark has never seen anything quite like it before. He looks to Bruce, who pokes at the fruit while listening to Adam tell the story of how they met Genevieve. It's a very sweet story. Clark doesn't think Bruce is hearing a single word. Clark takes a tentative bite of the orange fruit. It's more bitter than he'd expected, but not unpleasant. He's never been very potent to poison. I don't understand what that one word choice is going for. I think I would have used susceptible to poison there. But he tries his best to ascertain if this would be safe for Bruce to eat. Oh, oops, author, I'm sorry. I was reading this to sacred data, but not beta-ing the fic. Please don't be offended by me questioning your word choice there. I will refrain from doing that in the future. I will try. He knows Bruce is somewhat immune to most poisons. The first time he'd heard Bruce talk about how he'd ingested small samples of different poisons for years, he'd nearly sent Bruce to Arkham. That's the asylum, right? Pretty sure that's the asylum. But he's not sure that includes alien fruits. He's about to try and ask Bruce in a discreet way when Genevieve speaks again. The mask, they say. It's custom. Bruce interrupts quickly. It would violate our oath to each other if I were to take it off in front of others. He makes it sound so apologetic that even Clark has a hard time hearing the lie. Well, Clark, that's because Bruce is not lying in this situation. Bruce is telling his truth to the entire room. We apologize for our rudeness, Clark adds, with what he hopes comes across as an apologetic smile. Oh no, the alien says. Earth's mating customs are fascinating. Please tell us more. There's no way they can claim it's too personal or an intimate subject now, seeing as they brought it up. Clark finds himself at a loss for words for a moment. He's never been great at lying, has never had much reason to lie to anyone. There's the secret identity, of course, but other than that, he likes honest answers. Do you have... No, that's Bruce talking. Do you have veils here on Nereid? Bruce asks, and Clark instantly knows where he's going this time. Veils? Adam wonders. Fabric that covers one's face, Clark explains awkwardly. It's often used in ceremonies on Earth. Oh yes, veils. Clark isn't sure if the alien just wants to sound clever or if they really do know what a veil is. God knows wanting to sound clever has gotten me in trouble in public before. I've had to learn to let go of that. Clark, I read that part. Well, my mask, Bruce is quick to correct himself, works somewhat like that. Hides my face from others. To make a Mandalorian reference here. This is the way. Because it is your mates alone to perceive, Adam says. And they sound so dreamy. Oh, we gotta go for dreamy. Because it is your mates alone to perceive, Adam says. And they sound so dreamy that Clark has to turn to look at Bruce to hear his answer. For once, Bruce seems a little caught off guard. Until we're officially married, Clark finds himself saying. Then I get to show him off to the entire world. He's not sure where that particular thought came from, but he's running with it. Married? Genevieve asks. Clark thinks they're squinting their eyes, but it's hard to see when there are no proper human-like eyelids. Oh, your mating ritual. It's fascinating to me in sci-fi stories when a humanocentric POV says things like proper eyelids, because you can tell that they're basing what is and is not proper on their, lived experiences and what they think people should look like, as opposed to if you were going for a like alien inclusive society, if you were trying to um, sort of lean into a thing where aliens were more common, you would just say they don't have eyelids like humans do, for comparison, without the implied value judgment of proper. It's so interesting to me how word choices can be used for world building. Like, this is very much a first contact situation for both Clark and Bruce, even though Clark is technically an alien to Earth because he was raised, thinking that he was a human. Well, not necessarily thinking that he was a human, but raised by human parents to live a human life. Um, and so they're not used to interacting with aliens in a diplomatic setting on the aliens' planet, home planet. So it's a very first contact situation, and the word choice the author is using here implies that and sets it up in your mind. It's so cool. Oh, your mating ritual. Oh, oops. Clark glances at Bruce and once again is certain he's being glared at. And that's a section break. Bruce has never wanted to be able to shoot lasers out of his eyes, or lenses for that matter, as much as he does today. It's a good thing Clark has let go of his hand, because invulnerability be damned, Bruce would find a way to break all his fingers. He's trying his absolute best not to let his annoyance show on his face, but it's a tough job. He can feel his eye twitching, and if Clark wasn't pressed up against his side, he would have probably made a scene. As much of a scene as Batman can make, at least. I don't know. When he's trying to be dramatic, I'm pretty sure he can make a lot of a scene. It's not that Bruce doesn't trust Clark, although he doesn't trust him nearly as much as Batman trusts Superman. And yes, he is well aware how insane that sounds. I love it when we dig into the Bruce versus Batman and Clark versus Superman aspects of their identity, and how these four distinct personalities interact with each other. I love it. I love it. It's my favorite thing. Well, one of my favorite things, but Batman has known Superman far longer than Bruce has known Clark, though. And Clark he's a good guy. Too good, even. He always puts others before himself. He searches for the best in everyone. He's charming and quite handsome. Bruce isn't blind, and he's too old to deny his own attraction merely because he doesn't trust someone. Just look at his past relationships. Although at least Clark isn't one of his rogues, or God forbid another assassin. So yes, Bruce is aware that Clark is a handsome man. He's also aware that it doesn't matter whether or not he finds Clark attractive, and it's not just because Clark has a well-known, very public relationship with Lois Lane. Hey B, is Clark's very well-known, very public relationship with Lois Lane a media tactic? Are you sure that Clark and Lois are a thing? And if they are you sure it's a closed relationship? Because I feel like you've made some assumptions here that are possibly acting as you're gatekeeping yourself from happiness again, B. They're colleagues, partners, friends even, if you squint. Clark squints a lot. The man doesn't know the meaning of keeping things professional, at least not after he found out he wasn't the only other on Earth. It doesn't matter to Clark that Bruce isn't technically other. He took one look at Batman, and somehow wedged his way into Bruce's life. Bruce is still trying to figure out how that happened. No, Bruce, see, it's the theory on how to make autistic friends. You have to get yourself inside their comfort zone. I'm referencing a Tumblr post. I don't remember the original poster's name right now. But you have to get yourself inside their comfort zone until you become part of the comfort zone. And then they notice more when you're gone than they notice when you're there. That's the secret. You become enrichment for the enclosure instead of annoyance in the enclosure. Bruce is still trying to figure out how that happened. He must be slipping. He hasn't been nearly as vigilant since Jason. But he won't think about that. Jason is alive. Jason is alright. Oh, hints of Dad Bruce. He's getting off topic in his own mind. Again. Fucking relatable, yo. This has nothing to do with Jason. It has nothing to do with Clark's attractiveness. It has something to do with Clark's attractiveness there, buddy. It's about Clark being reckless and getting them into this mess in the first place. No, it's not that Bruce doesn't trust Clark, but sometimes he wishes he was able to punch him without breaking a hand. Right now is one of those instances. They were so close to finding a lull in the conversation, to find an excuse to find somewhere to rest so they can figure out how to get back to Earth. Instead, they're stuck for another hour explaining what marriage is and how it's celebrated. All because Clark doesn't know how to think before he opens his stupid mouth. This is interesting to me because my word choices are almost all very deliberate because I have to focus so much on forming them to make verbal speech happen that I have to be very deliberate in my phrasing. And you can tell when I've had a processing error because then I might stutter or stammer while my word choices are loading into the queue, or you might get silence. So one of the things I like about making Podfic is I don't have to think about my word choices because I'm just basically been handed a script. And sometimes this backfires on me because I also have spent a lot of time studying how word choices can affect meaning, especially when you're in a group of people with diverse understandings of word origins and word meanings. Like, you can't just say the word tree and safely assume that everyone is picturing the same tree. Like, if you're going to have a very detailed discussion and understanding of the concepts around that particular tree, you have to agree, the group must agree what kind of tree you're speaking about and what its appearance is and what its colors are and, when it loses its leaves and all these things that go into what makes a tree a tree. And now I want to say, Bob Ross, there are no mistakes, there are only happy little trees. And back to my point, which was word choices are actually so important, but you can't let yourself get hung up on it at the same time. Yeah. Anyway, linguistics, I am not an expert, but it is somewhat of a side hobby of mine. Back to the story. All because Clark doesn't know how to think before he opens his stupid mouth. At least Adam seems interested enough not to question why Bruce is so quiet, and Clark looks so uncomfortable. He really needs to work on his poker face. Although Bruce supposes Clark doesn't really need one. He's not hiding behind a mask. He's just being himself. It's infuriating, and yet inspiring to witness. Another part of B being openly acknowledged as autistic. Um, and, in any case, even when he's not openly acknowledged as autistic, I project all over him because he's my blorbo and I can. Um, when B is in his, fursona, his work fursona of Batman, um, and literally wearing a mask, he represents when autistic people have to or choose to have masking behaviors, whether in private relationships or in public, um, which depends a lot on how they were brought up and what was allowed in their parents' house or, guardian, however that played out. And then, their like high school experiences, especially, I think, play into how heavily a person chooses to mask in public, and then whether or not they've had therapy as an adult. And I don't mean ABA therapy because that is a topic that I don't really want to go into. That's a whole other discussion. I am talking about emotional aspects to therapy where you're led through self exploration and introspection and appreciation and even love of yourself. If you ever get to that point, appreciating the things that make you, from a neurotypical or mainstream viewpoint, weird and quirky, that you would typically mask in social interactions because you're trying to fit in. But instead of that masking, you take off the mask and lean into your weird and not necessarily have it become your defining factor in other people's memories of you, but just, that's part of the flavor of who you are and how you present yourself. Which plays into a whole discussion about identity and presentation, and part of my theory about why neurodiverse people are more likely to identify as queer because they question all externally imposed societal interaction rules, including gender roles and gender identities, genders assigned at birth, which is related to, but not the same as, questioning sexualities. Um, and this discussion has gotten very, very far off the topic of the story, again, for like the fourth time in the same paragraph, because there was just so much food for thought in it. Okay, he's not hiding behind a mask. He's just being himself. It's infuriating and yet inspiring to witness. It's so interesting to me that in Superbat stories, Clark, the literal alien, is more likely to be presented as a neurotypical character than Bruce. Mm-hmm. Bruce doesn't eat any of the fruit they're offered. He pokes a bit at it, and by the end of the meal, it looks like he's eaten even though he hasn't. He's good at that, even back on Earth. It's not always that the galas he attends have food that he can eat. It's the consistency you see, not the taste that's wrong. That's it. That is it. The consistency, the texture, the mouthfeel. It's so important to the edibleness of food. Bruce doesn't have time to examine the alien fruit long enough to determine if the consistency is acceptable or not. Also, for me, the smell is a big part of it, but it's more the consistency. Clark doesn't share his concerns, it seems, although he wouldn't. Bruce has never seen Clark decline an offer for food. He really should look into Clark's metabolism one of these days. He's been wondering how different it is from Flash's. Now is not the time for that, though, because soon enough, both Adam and Genevieve stand from the table, and they're supposed to follow suit. They leave the guards at the table, which does little to calm Bruce down, but Clark seems as carefree as ever. He's back to holding Bruce's hand, swinging their arms between them as they walk. Bruce wants to pull his hand free, but he knows he can't. They should keep up appearances, at least until they're somewhere safe. It's not exactly unpleasant either. He's wearing his gloves, but he can still feel the heat of Clark's hand through it. It's comforting, in a way, but Bruce doesn't want to look too closely at that thought, so he turns his attention back to the aliens walking in front of him. Clark is nearest, keeping the conversation flowing, Bruce sagging behind as much as Clark's grip on his hand will allow. They don't seem unfriendly, but he wouldn't call their demeanor kind either. He still can't forget the look in their eyes when they'd announced they wanted him to carry their offspring. He suppresses a shudder. He may have a reputation back home, but this is too much even for Playboy Brucey to handle. Offspring? Really? He's got enough with the 3 boys running around his home on any given day. It's silly, really, even considering having more children. And it's not like he would let these aliens touch him, even if he was physically capable of carrying a child. His mind is jumping all over the place, which is never a good sign. I am now craving the impreg Superbat story that this is implying. It could be Damien. That would be funny. Bruce blinks a couple of times and tries to focus on something solid, something tangible, like Clark's hand in his. His grip is strong, but gentle. Bruce glances at the back of Clark's head. He's moving a lot when he speaks. The hand not holding Bruce's is roaming around in the air as he talks, and he's turning his head to look around them. Hold on, I gotta go get a drink. He's moving a lot when he speaks. The hand not holding Bruce's is roaming around in the air as he talks, and he's turning his head to look around them. Bruce's stares follow his eyes for a moment, and is surprised by how many lakes are scattered across the land. It doesn't look like they have many mountains here. It's mostly flat earth. It's sand, he thinks, as he lets his boot drag across the ground, but not like the sand on earth. It's softer somehow, more elastic. It's very beautiful, Clark's voice cuts through Bruce's thoughts. Don't you think, B? At least he has enough mind to avoid using their real names. Yes, Bruce agrees quickly when several pairs of eyes turn to look at him. Beautiful. His answer seems satisfactory, and all 3 turn back to their conversation. Bruce goes back to staring at Clark's neck. Does Clark ever get sunburned? He can't, can he? His skin isn't thin and fragile like a human's after all. Bruce should ask him. Or maybe just figure it out on his own. He's got an extensive file on Clark on the computer in the Batcave. He'll make a note of adding something about sunburn in there. Are we almost done with this chapter? Okay, we're almost done with this chapter, and then I'm going to take a nap break. Before that, though, Bruce needs to find a way off this planet before he ends up staring holes in the back of Clark's neck. They may be pretending to be lovers, but not even teenagers forget to blink for so long their eyes dry out. Bruce blinks a couple of times, thankful nobody can see through the cowl. At least he hopes they can't. He should inspect these aliens closer when he gets the chance. If he gets the chance. They'll have to survive through the night. Can it even be called night when there are 3 suns in the sky? Before he can let his curiosity win out. Adam and Genevieve show them to a room. Well, it's more like a separate cabin for which Bruce is grateful. He's not sure he could rest at all, knowing that he'd be sharing a space with both Clark and an entire alien family. The cabin is nice enough, nothing too big, hence why Bruce refers to it as a room. Both the aliens bid them a quick goodbye. And even without eyelids, it seems like they're both winking at them. Bruce wants to crawl into a hole and die. Bruce? Sorry, I had a long blink. Where was I? Bruce refers to it as a broom. Okay. Bruce wants to crawl into a hole and die. If only Clark could come up with another lie, something easier to maintain or live with if they ever get off this planet. For now, he'll settle for crawling into bed, if there even is such a thing on Nereid. They walk around naked. How would Bruce know if they sleep on beds on the ground? His mind is getting fuzzy. He needs sleep. Yeah, I feel that one. He turns to inspect the cabin once more and promptly wants to drown himself in the nearest lakes. Ooh, there's one more paragraph. Because, of course, Bruce groans loudly. There's only one bed. How the hell did he end up in a twisted version of a cliche romance novel, and with Clark Kent of all people? Well, Bruce, I think we just spent an entire chapter exploring exactly how you got here, so we all know the answer to that question. And, second of all, if you're gonna wind up stuck in a romance cliche, with Clark Kent is a fantastic choice for that. Well, I think I'm going to end the recording and have a little nap. Thanks for listening to this session of Bedtime Stories, and I hope to be back real soon with more. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. We're going to be reading Chapter 2 of What Happens on Nereid by Mawiiish. So, last chapter wrapped up with Bruce just being completely fed up with Clark's solution to their potential misunderstanding with their hosts, and there was only one bed. It would help if I actually navigated to Chapter 2 in the fic. There we go. Chapter 2. Notes. See, we're doing great here, besties. Chapter 2 didn't take me 17 years to upload. Next chapter will have more speed in the plot department, I swear, but I wanted a bit of feelings before all the fun stuff starts. Enjoy. Apologies, Chapter 2. Chapter 1 took me forever to upload. I recorded it like 2 weeks ago, I think, and sent a special preview off to my friend Zoe, who this podfic is gifted to Zoe, and
severed data. I was like, hey, I did a thing. Thanks for recommending me this story. And then, somehow 2 weeks passed by, and I hadn't even published the AO3 shell for it, which I was reminded to do today. So I did that. And now I'm going to record chapter 2. And so it's going to be like, boom, you get the chapter 1 notification, and then chapter 2 notification within less than a day. That's the goal, anyhow. And to anyone who likes to know this sort of detail, Norbert is sleeping on my feet. He's very cozy. He had some zoomies a couple minutes before the reading started, but he has settled down and he is now helping me stay firmly upon the bed. The door has barely closed behind them before Bruce turns to Clark. Are you completely insane? He says, as he rips the cowl off his face. He knows his cheeks are flushed, and his eyes are red. His hair is probably a mess, too. His looks aren't important. Clark isn't looking at him like that anyway. So you think, buddy. But he's already scanned the cabin as much as he can with his limited equipment. There's no reason for the aliens to expose his identity, but at this point, he's too worked up to care either way. If they've got listening devices, there's nothing he can do about that now. What? Clark replies, taking a step back. There's no way he's actually afraid of Bruce, but the gesture is enough for Bruce to start pacing the room instead of crowding Clark up against the door. Damn, what a wasted Cabadon opportunity. He's not actually interested in scaring Clark, he's just frustrated. Bruce, what excellent self-regulation emotionally. I'm so proud of you. All you gotta do now is sing the Daniel Tiger Give a Squeeze Nice and Slow song, and it'll help you just calm down completely. What if they were against premarital sex? Bruce hisses. He tries to reel his anger back in, but he hasn't slept in days, and he's both annoyed and exhausted. Most of it is because of Clark. Sex? Clark echoes, and it doesn't do anything to soothe Bruce's anger. We're locked alone in a room together, you moron, he says harshly. It's to be expected. Well, yes, but they weren't against it, were they? Clark fires back, and he's crossing his arms over his chest now. The frown is uncharacteristic on his handsome face. That's not the point. Bruce somehow manages to both shout and whisper at the same time. It's a very impressive skill he's learned from Alfred. Clark at least looks slightly intimidated before his face falls back into unhappy with Bruce territory. You need to think before you speak. I got us out of it, didn't I? Clark persists. You... Bruce stops himself and sighs. It isn't helping anyone that he's getting worked up. You did, yes, but you do realize we're now stuck in a cabin with aliens watching our every move? Better than them trying to breed you, don't you think? I mean, Clark's got a point. Bruce shudders at the thought. He couldn't think of anything he'd like any less, even if you put a gun to his head. He runs a hand through his hair and sits heavily down on the bed. At least it's soft. Sorry, Clark says quietly. He drops his arms back at his sides. I shouldn't have said that. It's fine, you're right, Bruce says as he waves a hand in the air. No need to argue with each other now. They need to figure out what they're going to do. Bruce is having a hard time focusing on anything other than breathing. Should he be worried that the air is contaminated? He's pretty sure he heard Genevieve say it was safe for humans to breathe their air, but can he really trust anything they say? Bruce, you are tipping full-blown into some paranoia right there, buddy. You need to dial it back. Why are you so wound up? Clark says, not unkindly. He sounds genuinely curious, but it doesn't help Bruce relax. His brain is not up for the challenge of figuring out what Clark means at this point. We got through the day unharmed. Unharmed? Unharmed, we're stranded on an alien planet, Clark. The name slips over his lips before he can think about it. He should apologize, but Clark doesn't even seem to notice. He just moves on in the conversation. Bruce envies his ability to do so. But we're okay, Clark says, as he finally moves from beside the door. He still moves around Bruce like he's a scared animal Clark has to be careful with. He's not completely wrong. And we'll figure out how to get home soon enough. Ever the optimist, Bruce says dryly. Someone has to be when all you see are the worst case scenarios, Clark huffs. Would it kill you to relax a little? There is a moment of silence, and then Bruce sighs. He rubs a hand over his face and pinches the bridge of his nose. He really needs to sleep soon. Yeah, Bruce, I think you're at the point where actual hallucinations are setting in. Like, you do realize that at a certain point, exhaustion works upon the brain the same way that intoxication does. The usual worked too long headache is sneaking in, and he can't think when it settles in his head. Do you know how exhausting it is to have to think through 7 possible outcomes before answering a simple question? Comes out of Bruce's mouth without his permission. Oh, excuse me. Okay. He hadn't meant to say that out loud. It was the first out of the usual 7 replies he thinks of before actually opening his mouth. God, he needs to find his brain to mouth filter. I think mine is almost permanently disabled. Is that why it takes you so long to respond to questions today? And it's very clear on Clark's face that he wants to take back his words the second he says them. Bruce can't really blame him. He feels frozen to the floor himself. Clark wasn't supposed to notice his lack of responses. Clark pays attention to you, B. He does notice things like that. Clark, he's usually more prepared than this. Oh, Bruce. It must show on his face, because Clark's eyes are doing the "I'm sorry I'm even here" puppy dog thing that they always do when he's feeling guilty over something silly. I need to think through my replies because I need to think through your questions. If you were more direct, I would not have this issue. Well, yes, Bruce certainly is autistic explicitly in this story, because that's not a thing that a neurotypical person has to say usually. He never thought he'd tell Superman to be more direct, but there he is. He really needs to stop talking. Oh my god, Clark, I can't believe these words are about to come out of your mouth. I'm not asking any hard questions here, though, Bruce. And there goes the name thing entirely. Bruce barely notices, which he'll beat himself up for later. Tomorrow, maybe. He can't really be bothered right now. And he did start by calling Clark's name, so it's not like he can blame anyone but himself. Clark, I have not slept in 52 hours, he says, and rubs at his eyes in a gesture he'd usually find too weak-minded to show anyone but his family. My cognitive comprehension is not working at full capacity. There is a long stretch of silence that Bruce tries not to take too personally. He didn't expect Clark to disagree, but it still doesn't feel good to have it confirmed. But B, he was impressed all last chapter by how well you handled things. Stop hating on yourself. He's a mess, and he knows it. Alfred would have his head if he knew he was still awake. The thought of Alfred has Bruce's head throb, and he tries to even out his breathing. He's not close to panicking, not yet. But insomnia makes even the strongest of men waver. And that's a section break and a POV change. Clark doesn't know what to say. Bruce may have been a little slower with the responses today, the longer responses today, but otherwise, Clark hasn't noticed anything off about him. He's pretty sure Bruce wouldn't like that answer, though. Clark, you're wrong. Both of you are wrong. Stop assuming shit about each other and just fucking talk. He doesn't want to put his foot any further into his own mouth. It's been the theme of the day for him, and he gets why Bruce may be a little frustrated with him. Intentions aside, Clark has not had the best of luck communicating with anyone today. He looks at Bruce, sitting on the bed and sighing more than a man his age should ever have to sigh. It brings up a good question. How old is Bruce in this AU? Which one of them is older in this AU? I might have to ask the author in the comments and be like, just clarify so I can set up my mental framework correctly. This is how Bruce acts when he's exhausted? Clark would have been too irritated to function and mumbling through his sentences. At least, that's what he imagines he'd be like. As long as there's a yellow sun in the sky, and Nereids 3 are all very much yellow, he'd noticed. He's more or less always well rested. I'm so jealous of that. I wish being in the sunshine recharged my batteries. All it does is give me a sunburn. And make me more tired, in fact. Clark lets out what he hopes Bruce will take as what it is. A sympathetic sound. He doesn't have any proper words to tell Bruce that he understands, because he doesn't. You don't have to understand, Clark. You just have to acknowledge and have compassion. The only times he's been exhausted physically have been after missions involving kryptonite, and he knows that's not what Bruce is experiencing. That sentence right there, Clark, you just say that sentence out loud. Now he's tired and stuck on a strange planet where he can't rest. All because Clark had to get him involved in this mess. He doesn't exactly regret wanting a peaceful solution, but he doesn't like that Bruce was dragged into this, especially not when he's this worn out. Bruce rubs his eyes and then shakes his hands out. He looks restless and completely exhausted at the same time. He keeps rubbing his hands, and Clark wonders if he's gotten something on them earlier. Bruce notices his looks and stops fidgeting. No, Clark, he was just stress stimming. I'm not a big fan of touch, he says after a while. It's an explanation of sorts, Clark can tell, but it takes him a second longer than it should to realize what Bruce is getting at. Touch. Like holding hands. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, Clark says quickly. He's been clinging to Bruce's hand all evening. Day? It's hard to tell with the three suns barely moving in the sky. And he's not once wondered if Bruce found it uncomfortable. He knows Bruce isn't homophobic in any way, knows that he's a good man, so he's not been worried about Bruce's reaction, but he hadn't ever considered that he wouldn't be comfortable with Clark touching him so intimately for other reasons. It might have just been hand-holding, but that's still a lot more than they're used to doing. It is true for me that I process physical touch differently than I think a lot of people around me do. Like the way it impacts my frame of mind. Unexpected touching is always bad. And I tend to have a fear/anger response about it. Which is not to say that I don't like being physically close to people that I care about. It's just I'm kind of like a cat about it. It has to be on my terms and like expected or at least agreed to. And if I don't like it, I'm outing. And even something that I'm enjoying can suddenly be too much. Like I had this cat in high school, another black cat actually. Okay, well she was my mom's cat, but spent a lot of time in my room with me, um, where I was reading, just not out loud, and um, we called her Jag, short for Jaguar, because she had the two-tone black stripes in her fur. And anyway, so Jag would come up to me and like curl up on my chest and be purring away, brumbly purrs, very content sounding, and licking at my hands or my wrist or whatever body part her mouth was near. And she'd be just super chill, and all of a sudden she'd haul off and fucking bite me and run away. So, like, I don't know if y'all heard of I think it's Kathy Hoopman wrote a series of books about, accepting neurodivergent people in your life and how to relate to them by comparing them to It's not quite a children's book series, but it's geared towards readers of all ages, and one of them is called All Cats Have Autism, and I like it very much. There's also All Dogs Have ADHD, and All Birds Have Anxiety. And so the author uses traits that are typical of these animals and compares it back to um, how people with that different neurotype or uh, mental health condition, uh, in, ter- in the case of the anxiety, um, interact with the world too. One of the examples is cats sometimes just gotta go be in their own space, doing their own thing. So anyway, don't apologize. You were just doing your job, Bruce says, clearly tired, but trying to hide it. Job, right? Now is not the time to be focusing on how much he'd enjoyed feeling Bruce's hand in his, glove or no glove, or how sitting close to his body made Clark feel safer and more confident. God damn it, Clark, it is the perfect time. Just tell Bruce that's how being close to him makes you feel. He needs this very crucial information to make informed decisions about how to proceed in his relationship with you. Although, to be fair, Clark isn't sure there ever is a right time to be thinking about those things. Sweetie, in the privacy of your own mind, you can think what you fucking want. This is Batman, after all. Bruce would probably lock him in a kryptonite-filled room if he dared voice any of this out loud. I am gonna lose my shit with these two. I'm telling you, they gotta stop just assuming their affections and are unwanted. Luckily for Clark, it seems like Bruce is too tired to notice that he hasn't responded at all. Or maybe he's just happy to finally have a little bit of silence. He wants to respect that. He really does. But he also wants to know if Bruce already has a plan in the making, or if they're going to figure it out when Bruce has rested. It takes Clark all of 7 minutes to ruin the calm atmosphere. Do you want to get some rest? He asks. He's not trying to be condescending in any way, but Bruce is literally falling over from exhaustion. Clark is pretty sure the only thing keeping his head up right now is pure spite. It can be a powerful motivator. Yeah. No, Bruce says almost instantly. He's being stubborn. Are you sure? Oh, Clark, that's a bad phrase to use. Of course he's sure. If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have said it. It would do them both some good if Bruce's brain is as sharp as it can get. I'll stay awake and keep watch if that would make you feel better. Do you not understand the word no? Clark, I think you'd be better off being sneaky about it just a little, like sit down next to him and like chatter inanely about, your memories on the farm until he gets bored and goes to sleep in self-defense. He's been pulling at his hair for the past minute, and it looks absolutely insane at this point.
it doesn't excuse his bad behavior.
Do you have to be so blunt? Clark says with a frown. It's the nicest way he knows to say rude without actually using that particular word. His ma taught him to be careful with his words, but it's not easy when Bruce is giving him this much attitude. He was just trying to be polite. Is that a genuine question? Bruce asks. And he's glaring properly at Clark now. At least he doesn't have to keep guessing now that the cowl is discarded on the bed. Okay, but if one can glare properly, that implies that one can glare improperly. And is this proper in the sense of correct, or proper in the sense of uh, super polite? Like, because apparently Bruce could be glaring rudely at Clark. I was trying to make a joke and I think I've lost the thread of it, but okay. I guess not, Clark says honestly. He knows how rude Bruce can be. He doesn't know why he even bothered asking. It seemed like the normal human thing to do, but then, of course, Bruce has never been very normal human-like. Don't ask then, Bruce says with an annoyed huff. I just explained how irritating it is when you do that. How, maybe, but not why. Which is why Clark tried opening up a conversation and got his metaphorical fingertips snapped at as if he was trying to pet a rabid dog. Maybe it would be best to just wait for Bruce to fall over on the bed on his own. But that thought doesn't sit well with Clark. Oh, dudes, I am about to have the biggest yawn. I'm really enjoying this story, but, being all comfy in bed and deep breathing is with the kitty cat on my feet, and I didn't sleep well yesterday, so I'm getting pretty tired. So I think what I'm gonna do is pause it here. I'm gonna pause it here and take a lie down and close my eyes, and then if they wake up and it's still at a good quiet time for the house, then I'll read some more. Hello and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. We ended the last recording with Bruce saying, "Don't ask them," with an annoyed huff. I just explained how irritating it is when you do that. How, maybe, but not. Oh, I forgot to say, this is chapter 2, continuation in What Happens on Nereid by Mawiiish. Okay, here we go. How, maybe, but not why. Which is why Clark tried opening up a conversation and got his metaphorical fingertips snapped at as if he was trying to pet a rabid dog. Maybe it would be best to just wait for Bruce to fall over on the bed on his own, but that thought didn't sit well with Clark. You're really not easy to figure out, he says with a sigh. Neither are you, Bruce counters. He really can't just let a conversation die without having the last word, can he? Oh, Clark, you cannot view Bruce and judge Bruce through your neurotypical understanding of how conversations work. Babe, it's not about winning. Me? Clark frowns when Bruce's words register in his mind. I'm an open book. Okay, he might be exaggerating, but compared to Bruce, compared to Batman, he's like an entire library open for reading. Book and Kryptonian, maybe, Bruce mutters as he tilts his head into his hands. He drags them into his hair. Side note, babes, you are both so tired and so stressed out. This is a horrible time to be trying to talk things out. You need to do the pause. We need to rest and reset and then discuss. Also, let go of the egos. He drags them into his hair, and Clark notices how long it's gotten. He doesn't see Bruce without the cowl on that often. Even in the safety of his own cave, he likes to keep it on when Clark is there. And when he does, it's usually when Bruce is out and about, flashing his big grin in bigger cars. It's not often he gets to see Bruce's hair like this, loose and without product. It looks soft. It's begging for your fingers, Clark. Clark folds his arms over his chest to stop himself from doing something stupid, like reach out to pet Bruce's head. He focuses back on Bruce's words, and his frown deepens. What? Is that some kind of alien joke? I wasn't joking, Bruce says, his words smushed against the palms of his hands. Let's try it again. I wasn't joking. It sounded like a joke, Clark retorts, then backtracks a little. Well, as joking as you've ever sounded, I suppose. The eternal curse of the autism. The things I say with the most deadpan expression are the ones I'm joking about the hardest, whereas the ones where I'm laughing, I'm so fucking serious, I just don't know how else to process the emotions. I was being serious, Bruce insists, and moves his hands away from his face, as if locking their eyes together will make Clark believe him. It works, because of course it does. Bruce looks too beat to try to make a joke, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he's talking to Clark like he's an idiot. Clark, you gotta readjust your mindset, bud. Aren't you always? Clark asks with a roll of his eyes. Is that another rhetorical question? Bruce counters, and he's back to glaring. It's not nearly as intimidating as he thinks, what with his eyes being red and the dark shadows under them making him look like he's tried to remove dark eyeliner by rubbing it away. You think? Don't answer me with a question, Bruce demands. Why not? Does it bother you? Clark is aware that he sounds rude. He may be more tired than he realizes, but Bruce doesn't have to keep pushing the subject. Clark feels like his skin is starting to itch, and Bruce isn't helping. Yes, is all Bruce says. Oh, all the fight leaves Clark's body at that one word. He was sure Bruce was gearing up for a fight, but he just seems resigned. Oh no, Bruce has reached the part where he's sure that Clark will never ever understand and he's about to quit trying. A beat of silence, and then Clark can't help but ask, why? Because it's hard enough deciphering your responses without having to figure out if you're joking or being sarcastic, Bruce says. And it's only now that Clark realizes this is the longest time he's heard Bruce speak outside of the League. Even when he's out at galas, he doesn't do long sentences. He mostly keeps to jokes and flirtatious comments, which, are probably scripted. When they're together in the cave, it's usually mission related, and Bruce doesn't talk about himself when there's work to do. Bruce doesn't talk about himself much, period. You never seem to have any troubles figuring out what I mean. It's amazing, really. Most of the time, Bruce knows what Clark means before he even does himself.
Yeah, well, it's not as easy as it looks when you're on the spectrum,
Bruce says. Clark doesn't get more than that out before Bruce continues talking.
And it doesn't get any easier in stressful situations.
Clark knows better than to interrupt when Bruce finally opens up about something. So he just waits in silence for another second.
So no more rhetorical questions, all right?
Bruce finally ends. He sounds even more exhausted than before, and Clark feels instantly guilty. He shouldn't have said anything, and he shouldn't have let his own frustration out on Bruce. All right, he says quietly. I feel like they're so close to a breakthrough, and yet the conversation keeps slipping gears, like they're not quite matching up. That happens to me a lot. That's a section break. Hold on. Excuse me. Oh, it's been a long couple of days. Lots of babysitting, lots of overnight babysitting, lots of insomnia with various peoples being the insomniac. One of them was me. I took one of my anxiety medication pills shortly before I started reading to help me wind down. So this is my bedtime story tonight. We are reading me to sleep, my friends. Hopefully I'll last through the end of the chapter, but we'll see how far we get. I promised to prioritize this story to a friend of mine who is very kindly doing a spreadsheet for me. So I call her Zoelle, but that is not in fact her handle. And you'll have to forgive me. I've forgotten the string of numbers that follow. But this fic is gifted to her, so it's easy to reference if I scroll up, but then I would lose my place. So I'm just going to keep going, and I'll throw it in at the end of the recording. Clark. Oh, excuse me. Wow, what happened?
My voice just broke right in the middle of that, okay. Clark is uncomfortable. There's no other way to say it. Bruce isn't sure what ticked him off.
whether it was the autism diagnosis thrown in his face or just Bruce's general Bruceness. But Clark is clearly uncomfortable. Oh no, Bruce. There's like 2 sentences and I can already feel the internalized ableism and just all the negative feelings you have about yourself. Oh, both of you need to practice acceptance and self-care. Ah, so bad. He doesn't know what he was thinking, telling Clark about his diagnosis in the middle of an argument. He hadn't meant to tell him at all. He hadn't meant to tell anyone. Does Alfred know? I bet Alfred knew. Those who knew already were the ones who were supposed to know. Alfred definitely knows. He really should work on his stamina. At least... Excuse me. At least the part that made his head clear. Because if Bruce didn't know any better, he'd say he'd been drugged. It's obviously just the lack of sleep. But he's not usually this loose-limbed. Oops, that said loose-lipped. But I bet he is also feeling a little physically fuzzy around the edges as well, just from the exhaustion. Even after a few days without sleep. Clark is pacing. Oh, Bruce, are you in like a manic period right now? You're probably in the come down. Clark is pacing. Bruce wants him to stop, but he doesn't think he has the right to tell anyone how to act, especially when he just snapped at them for doing nothing more than ask a few questions. The suns are going down, Clark says suddenly. Well, it might not be as sudden as Bruce thinks, but he nearly flinches when Clark's voice penetrates the silence. Nereid is very quiet. Bruce hadn't even noticed he's standing by the small window in the cabin. Now that he mentions it, though, the room has become much darker than when they first arrived. Well, at least they should be able to get some sleep now that it's proper nighttime. If Bruce can achieve any sort of inner calmness, enough to at least close his eyes for an hour, they're starting to hurt. I know you said, Clark starts, and Bruce holds up a hand to stop him. Oh, Clark, you just gotta talk to the hand. He knows what Clark's going to say, and for once, he doesn't want to argue. Let's try to get some rest, he says, hoping Clark hears the sort of apology underneath the words. He's not in the mood for groveling, but he does realize he'd been rather short with Clark. He knows Clark will forget it come morning, or the Nereid equivalent of it, but that doesn't make him feel any better. Just because Clark is a forgiving man doesn't mean Bruce shouldn't apologize when he's been rude. Alfred taught him better. A direct apology doesn't come easily over his lips, so he goes with the second option and hopes for the best. I don't know, Bruce. I guess we'll see how that works out for you. Okay, Clark says, and his smile is bright enough to light up the entire room. Bruce tries not to squint. He's forgiven, then, judging by the happy humming Clark is letting out when he starts undressing. He starts undressing. Bruce averts his eyes. It's not polite to stare. He's not really known for being polite, but he doesn't want Clark to think he's ogling him. Okay, let me double check. I don't think I've ever said that word out loud. Like, I obviously know what it means. But how do we pronounce it? Is it a long O or a short O? There's YouTube videos about it. Oh man, somebody in the MDZS Discord server today actually shared a resource on how to pronounce things in English. I've been using the Cambridge Dictionary sometimes recently. Let's see what they have to say. I think it's funny when they do the UK versus the US pronunciation of words, and the only difference is that one of the speakers is masculine and the other is feminine. Let's see how they do it today. Oh, by the way, in case you don't know what the word means, OGLE, it's to look at someone with obvious sexual interest. Which, yeah, Bruce, you definitely were.
Ogle.
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 That's US.
Ogle.
Ogle. See? Ogle. So it's ogling. Well, I was close, but I was not correct. He doesn't want Clark to think he's ogling him. He also doesn't want Clark to think he's uncomfortable with nudity. He isn't. He's just... It's different when he's Clark. It's because you like him, Bruce. Okay, I don't know about anyone else, but personally, especially with my favorite iteration of Batman, which is the Robert Pattinson 2022, I had canon Batman as autistic, and also on the asexual spectrum as well, which based on personal history and interactions with other people who are neurodivergent, either on the autism or the ADHD, or some blend thereof, I find that many neurodivergent people are queer in some fashion, whether that be in relation to their gender identity or their sexual orientation, which two issues are not the same. Just throwing that out there for anyone who doesn't have that vocabulary. Gender identity and sexual orientation are often lumped into the same category when people are having discussions about queerness, but they're actually two distinct issues. But that's not what you came here for. You came here for this story. But I was just going to say that I had canon Bruce as being autistic and sort of demisexual, which is to mean, I would say either gray ace or ace spec. So I don't think that Bruce is sex repulsed. I think he's just neutral on the topic until his emotions get involved. Like, he can aesthetically appreciate the beauty of people around him. Can you tell that I'm projecting on my blurbo? He can aesthetically appreciate the beauty or attractiveness of people physically around him, but he doesn't begin to feel sexual attraction or interest until he's formed a strong emotional bond. That's how I had canon Bruce. Like Bruce at his core, not the Brucey Playboy persona, or yeah, Okay, sorry. I was getting ready to go on a really big tangent. I'm like, wait, no, we're trying to finish this chapter before we fall asleep. But if anybody wants to have discussions about queerness and gender queer versus sexual orientation queer, or like neuroqueerness, I am on board to have that discussion. Hit me up in the comments, or we can take it offline onto DMs in Discord, and I'm on Tumblr too, so all my contact information is in my bio. Back to Clark. He looks like he's carved out of the finest marble, for God's sake. And Bruce hasn't been on a date since Jason. He hasn't been in the mood, and he does not want this particular day to be when he finally gets in the mood. At least not in front of Clark. Because of Clark. He's far too old to pop an accidental boner just because someone hot is standing in front of him. Oh no, betrayed by physiology. At least he hopes so. It hasn't happened since he was in his teens. I'm right there with you, Bruce. Why are our bodies? They're just so... He has immense control over his own body, but even the Batman has weaknesses. Apparently, Clark peeling off his very tight Superman uniform is one of them. That would be a good fan art opportunity, I think. Clark peeling off the suit and Bruce just being like, "Awooga," but like super chill down low. He wants to clear his throat, but it might draw Clark's attention towards him, so instead, Bruce stands up and starts undressing as well. The Kevlar is easy enough to remove, he's had years of practice, but his fingers are trembling. His entire body is in overdrive and he needs to reboot his brain. Oh no, Bruce is so overwhelmed right now. He's having a complete sensory overwhelm. He's about to have a meltdown. Bruce needs some quiet, dark floor time stat. And like a blanket burrito, maybe some music, and a fucking snack. Yo, the other day I was like, man, I feel lightheaded and dizzy. I should eat something, but I was completely revolted at like the idea of food. So I made tea, and I put a heaping spoonful of coconut oil in it, and I topped it off with a banana nut Ensure shake. By the way, the flavor of the tea was chai, vanilla chai maybe, some kind of chai. And it was rather delicious. An excellent brain food, um, and filling. So you don't have to eat, Clark. You have to have nutrients. Subtle distinction. If he'd had anything to eat, he would seriously reconsider the whole poisoning thing. But he hasn't had a sip or a bite of anything. Maybe he's simply in need of nutrients. I don't know, Bruce. Have y'all ever run into that that quiz, like, why do I feel bad? And it helps you narrow down, like, is it a physical thing? Like, did I eat today? Did I drink water today? Did I, you know, when's the last time I took a shower? When's the last time I put on fresh clothes? You know, for people who are just like disconnected from the immediacy of bodily um, and hygiene needs. Um, I don't know about y'all, but like when I get hyper fixated on something, I tend to forget that I exist in the flesh and like recently I've been doing this thing where I listen to a YouTube video that I like. It's about an hour long, and I have the YouTube video app set up to interrupt me every half hour or so for breaks. So, like when the video goes silent, I know to look up and check my phone, and that means I have to check in with myself. Like, okay, do I need to eat, drink, pee, refresh my face with a splash of water or put on lotion? Like, did my hands get dry? Did my lips get chapped while I was reading or doing whatever? Did my eyes get dry from forgetting to blink? Do I need eye drops? Like, you gotta attend to the flesh prison, um, and you gotta set little reminders about it, or at least I do. Anyway, back to Bruce. Yes, Bruce, you fucking need nutrients. You're being so silly, Bruce. Like, I understand why, but he'll have to try to find something tomorrow, because he might have a granola bar in his utility belt, but he's pretty sure he can't live off that and the few lollipops he keeps in there. He also would rather not be seen eating those in public. He's got a sweet tooth, but Clark doesn't need to know that. Bruce considers, I guess it just doesn't fit his brooding edgelord work persona. Bruce considers keeping his Under Armour on. Oh, I totally messed up the intonation on that. Okay, that's one word. Bruce considers keeping his Under Armour on. But the cabin is small, and while the bed is a decent size, he's going to be laying very close to Clark, who acts as a human, well, almost human, furnace on the best of days. He shrugs both the top and bottoms off and puts them neatly beside the bed. He doesn't look at Clark before getting underneath the covers. At least they have sheets here as well, although Bruce suspects this cabin might have been designed with humans in mind. How do they know so much about humans? He'll need to investigate. Yeah, seems a little sus. The thought is knocked from his mind when Clark stands in front of him in nothing but his underwear. His very tight underwear. Bruce should have known. There's no way Clark would be able to wear loose boxers underneath his uniform without it showing. You're not even going to ask if I prefer the left side, huh? Clark asks, but despite the hands on his hips, he's smiling. Do you prefer the left side? Bruce asks as he raises his eyebrows. He knows Clark doesn't. Clark prefers the right side. The only exception is when the left side of the bed is closest to the nearest window or the balcony doors, like in Bruce's bedroom. Huh? Bruce, why have you been considering how Clark would like to sleep in your room? And that's only if he's been hurt or otherwise drained of his powers recently. Wait, are we implying that Clark has slept in your bed before, Bruce? A little bit of hurt comfort? No. Clark concedes with a laugh as he shuffles over to the right side of the bed. It would have been nice of you to ask, though. I'm not going to ask a question I already know the answer to, Bruce says with an eye roll. You know too much, Clark argues as he wiggles under the sheets. He's getting comfortable, and it's reminding Bruce of how a kid gets ready to sleep. Adorable. Bruce himself is on his back, staring at the ceiling. He can't sleep on his back, but he doesn't plan on falling asleep until Clark is already snoring beside him. Does Superman snore? Is he susceptible to the same factors that cause the rest of us to snore? Does Earth pollen affect Clark? These are all fascinating questions that I do not know the answer to. He's not a big fan of falling asleep before others, even if he does trust them with his life. He trusts Clark with more than that, but not enough to just snuggle up on his side and close his eyes. It's a Batman thing, he thinks, although Alfred would probably just say it's a Bruce thing. Heyo, we've made it to half an hour recorded. According to the progress bar on the side of my e-reader screen, we're about halfway through the chapter now. Okay, I'm gonna try and at least read to the part where the boys fall asleep, and then I'm going to pause the recording and also fall asleep. Eventually, though, he has to lay on his side if he wants to get any rest. Alfred often teases him with the fact that he still sleeps like he did when he was a kid, curled up on his side, hugging a pillow or blanket to his chest. Bruce glances at Clark, whose eyes are closed, but he's not asleep yet. Oh well, it won't hurt to get at least a little more comfortable. He's got amazing stamina, even compared to Superman. He'll be fine waiting however long it takes for him to wait. For him to... No, I'm reading that sentence over again, and it says for him to fall asleep. Okay. Bruce turns on his side, facing away from Clark, shuffling a little closer to the edge of the bed. I don't bite, Clark comments, and Bruce can hear the smile in his voice. Okay, I need to go get something to drink, so I'm going to pause and I'll be back in a little bit. Well, for me. Okay, I'm back. I've got myself some warm water with honey. And I took the opportunity while we were offline from each other to look up the actual AO3 handle of the person I was trying to acknowledge before, which is Zoe_134340. Okay, shout out. You're awesome. Hope you enjoy the reading. Back to the story. Brucey's trying to get comfortable. B, you can do it, buddy. Okay. He's got amazing stamina, even compared to Superman. Wow, I took that in a dirty direction in my brain. He'll be fine waiting however long it takes for him to fall asleep. Bruce turns on his side, facing away from Clark, shuffling a little closer to the edge of the bed. I don't bite, Clark comments, and Bruce can hear the smile in his voice. I prefer my space, Bruce counters, and then proceeds to tell Clark exactly how much space he would like. Clark is chuckling by the time he's done, The sleep deprivation really has loosened his tongue. All right, Clark eventually says. No touching. Got it. That's right, Bruce. Advocate for yourself. Set your boundaries. Bruce grunts, but he doesn't reply any further. He pulls his knees up a little, not full-on fetal position. Clark doesn't need to see that, but more comfortable than before. He sighs a little, and against his will, his eyes close.
Finally.
He's not asleep yet when Clark speaks again, a few moments later. Are you okay? Yes, Bruce answers, and turns his head to look at Clark. Why wouldn't he be? You're, Clark stammers awkwardly. Moving. A lot? Only then does Bruce realize that his foot has been bouncing up and down like it usually does when he's stressed out and needs to fall asleep. He doesn't know how to explain it because he's never had to before. Being autistic is not something he talks about much. Being diagnosed late, no, that's not exactly true. He was diagnosed earlier in life. Alfred told him, but he wasn't listening back then. Besides, nothing could be done about autism. You couldn't take a pill and suddenly be thinking like other people. So Bruce did what he does best. He focused his thoughts on what he could control, the mission. He wasn't diagnosed late. He was just late to accepting it as a part of himself. Pause on the story. A little bit of a divergence again for me. I self-diagnosed myself with autism at a very young age. Like, I was not even a teenager yet. But I did not receive an official medical diagnosis of neurodivergence until I was a student attending university. And I was seeking academic accommodations, like extended test taking times and the notes being provided before class started, so I had a chance to review them and could focus on the content of what the instructor was saying instead of the instructor's voice. Things of that nature. So anyway, I did receive an official ADHD diagnosis eventually, but the psychiatrist who diagnosed me said, based on the content of our 2-hour interview and the tests I had to fill out, there were so many, oh my god. It was like, yeah, you either have autism or BPD, but it's hard to say, and it might be the trauma. And like, if you wanted, we could do group therapy sessions and more like individual sessions, and we could dig into it and get you an official diagnosis. But there's no medication associated with either of these things. And, so I was like, okay, fine. So I walked away from that one with my, legalized methamphetamine prescription in hand, and didn't go back because I was not interested in pursuing group therapy about how to live my life as a neurodivergent person, because by that point I'd been doing it for like 30 years anyway. Okay, back to the story. So Bruce did what he does best. He focused his thoughts on what he could control, the mission. He wasn't diagnosed late. He was just late to accepting it as a part of himself. Typical, really, that the reason he's as good as he is at what he does stems from his brain being different from the typical human. Maybe Clark is right when he sees Bruce as other, After all, although neurodivergence can't really be compared to being a meta-human, it doesn't change the fact that Bruce has never had to explain himself to anyone, has never wanted to either, not the way he does with Clark. I guess that means Bruce is lacking the vocabulary necessary to explain things to Clark because he probably hasn't even bothered to explain them to himself, really. Excuse me. One of the things I have enjoyed the most about being on Tumblr in the past, my Tumblr blog is almost 3 years old exactly this week, and my AO3 account is also about 3 years old. Like, yay! It's my 3-year Fandom birthday, and my 2-month Podfic birthday actually. So, congratulations, bedtime stories! You're 2 months old. I was going to say, one of the things I've enjoyed the most about being on Tumblr is the connection with other people of divergent neurotypes, um, and just the bonding over either shared experiences, which unfortunately are mostly negative out in the world, or being like, oh, I stim like that too. Or like one time I reblogged a Tumblr post about Non-Mongji from the Modao Zeshu fandom uh, being autistic as fuck, and here's why, and added on a couple things because someone had mentioned, the various types of stemming from things seen in the live action drama version of the story. And I was like, and also he does visual stems and scripting. Um, likes to look at pretty shiny things and just kind of vibe, um, and uses, like, the character is not nonverbal, but is very close to it in that he uses classical poems and idioms to respond to conversations whenever possible. So he scripts that way. Like the way that I respond, especially to new situations, is with quotes from my favorite movies and books and memes. So scripted responses. And someone else was like, sorry, that was all context for this. Someone else was like, oh my god, I didn't know visual stemming was a thing, but now that I think about it, it's totally a thing. I'm like, yeah, it's totally a thing. So really, I just wanted to say that the sense of community I found through AO3 and Tumblr and now Discord, with other people who are neurodivergent, has been really cool, especially as we're all like encouraging each other to be, comfortable with who we are and how we experience the world and what we have to do in order to make home as much of a refuge as possible. Because, when you go outside those doors out into society with the neurotypical um, focus and slant, um, there's just really, it's stressful. Someone told me one time, you've got to go outside your comfort zone every day. And I'm like, bitch, I get out of bed and sometimes I even leave my house. What else do you want from me? Okay, that really, yep, back to the story. Oh, yeah, definitely you feel alienated from others when you are neurodivergent, especially when you don't have the connections with other people with similar experiences to yours. You know what Bruce needs? Bruce needs a Tumblr account. Bruce, the Tumblrina, would be so much more. I think he would be happier. So when it comes to explaining why he does the things the way he does, well, he's not an expert. He's on the spectrum. He's not an encyclopedia. It's not. He's like, I'm not a walking DSM-5 or whatever. It's not a subject that he's wanted to look into too much, which is like relatable because you don't want to walk around being like, I am my medical condition, my diagnosis. I am a mental disease. False. It's more, you gotta say things like, I have a diverse neurotype. You gotta use positive self-talk and growth mindset words, Bruce. It's not been a subject he's wanted to look into too much. That's another lie. He could know everything there is to know and he still wouldn't be able to explain it to Clark. He feels like he should, though, or at least could. He knows he can trust Clark with this, even if he can't really pinpoint why he knows. Oh my god, people who are both queer and neurodivergent have to come out twice in a conversation. He knows he can trust Clark with this, even if he can't really pinpoint why he knows. It must be the sleep deprivation talking again, and the fact that Clark is looking at him with such care that Bruce can almost feel his eyes on his skin. He turns his head back around to keep from being drawn too deep into close, beautiful blues. He's not sure where all these thoughts are coming from, at least not sure enough that he wants to look too closely at them. So he tries to focus on Clark's breathing and what he wants to tell him. All he knows is how he feels, how he acts, and when he's overwhelmed, I stim. Repeat movements to regulate myself. Calm down somehow, he says. His words are choppy and off-sounding. Let's try that again. I stim. Repeat movements to regulate myself. Calm down somehow. He's not confident in this, not like he is when he's Batman. But Clark isn't laughing or interrupting, and if they're going to be stuck here, Bruce might as well share a bit. Not too much, but this much seems all right. It feels safe. Is it working? Clark asks carefully. The hesitation in his voice has Bruce turn around fully to look at him again. This is an awkward conversation, even if he didn't force Clark to talk to his back. He tries not to sigh too loudly, but he knows Clark notices. Somewhat, he says. Sorry, I need some chapstick. Is there anything I can do? No, Bruce answers instantly and instinctively. There really isn't, but the look on Clark's face tells Bruce he should have taken longer to answer. For one, it would have done him good to take his time finding a fitting reply. But of course, this is the one time he thinks he doesn't need to. The look is gone in the blink of an eye, though, and before Bruce can say anything else, Clark smiles gently at him. All right, he says. If that changes, please let me know. Okay, Bruce says after a moment. He'll trust Clark's words to be true. He relaxes into the pillow and closes his eyes again. All right, that's a scene break, and that's where I'm going to stop the recording for today. I just want to let y'all know that when I fall asleep, I didn't realize that I did this until a former platonic cuddle friend of mine let me know, not in an upset way, just a FYI, do you know you do this way? I think it's super cute, but and she was like, hey, did you know that when you fall asleep, your feet move? I'm like, what? But no, really. So now that it was pointed out to me, of course, I notice every time. And so I've started doing it on purpose, like as a purposeful stim, because it is incredibly soothing when I pay attention to it. I make sure my blanket is smooth and like really tucked around my feet. And I kind of wiggle my toes back and forth and um, just like because I like to feel the blanket being smooth on my toes. I have a big thing for smooth textures. Um, like I have a tattoo on my left thigh, and so the skin feels a little different there than on the other leg and the surrounding skin. Like it's a big tattoo, like lots of color, and so the where the ink is just feels a little bit different. Plus the black outlines are raised compared to everything else. So like I have my own fidget toy right there on my leg. I like to rub that when I'm upset and calming down. When I'm stemming, um, to calm down, I also I'll like put my hand flat underneath my thigh where I'm sitting and push down because like that deep pressure on my fingers and the resulting push back into like the meat of my thigh. I don't know why, but it's incredibly calming for me. Um, or like I'll take my emotional support stuffed animal. If you follow me on my blog, you might have seen pictures of Rexy, but he's just the right size and firmness to push like hard into my sternum, and like a firm pressure there helps me calm down too. Um, and then if I like combine it all together, right? So I'm blanket burritoed, I'm wiggling my toes into my blanket, got Rexy right there, and sometimes Norbert, who is my black cat. He is about the same age, like living with me about the same amount of time as I've been podficking. So he's like my head production assistant. Um, he supervises quite frequently. He is sleeping currently, or else you would hear his little bell jingling. But anyway, all of this information was to say Bruce stimming on the page explicitly means so much to me, and I'm really grateful that you included that in the story, author. Um, I'm really enjoying Bruce having an official diagnosis and exploring how to share that with someone he cares about deeply and whose opinion he respects. And like is learning that he doesn't have the words to talk about it himself. So that's just, I like it. It's good. Anyways, I really am signing off and going to sleep now. So thank you everyone for tuning into this episode of Bedtime Stories, and hopefully we'll be able to finish chapter 2 next time. So yeah, be back soon.
Okay, no delay, we're jumping right into what is hopefully the last portion needing to be recorded of chapter 2 for what happens on Nereid. Clark knows how to keep quiet. He knows when not to comment on something. He also recognizes when someone has shared something deeply personal and that he shouldn't prod at it without permission to do so. Bruce hasn't given him permission, and yet Clark finds himself rolling onto his side, studying Bruce's face. His eyes are closed, but he's not asleep. Not yet. Sorry, I'm sitting outside on my porch, and my neighbor was just smoking, and I'm allergic to cigarette smoke, and it's just... Bruce hasn't given him permission, and yet Clark finds himself rolling onto his side, studying Bruce's face. His eyes are closed, but he's not asleep. Not yet. Do you need anything? Clark asks, because he really doesn't know when to shut up. He'll accept this as a fact from now on. Maybe there's something in the air on Nereid. He'll have to ask Bruce if he thinks so too. It's a stim, Clark, not a bruise. Bruce responds with a sigh. He hasn't opened his eyes, but he is frowning a little. Is that... No, I don't need anything. Bruce interrupts, and now his eyes are open. Bright blue eyes are staring at him. They're red-rimmed and tired, but still alert. There is a prolonged silence, and then Bruce says, a little softer, "Is it bothering you?" No, Clark says instantly. It doesn't bother him, not at all. He's just never seen Bruce exude any type of nervous energy before. Not like this. At least, not this human. What a phrasing for Clark to think. No, it doesn't bother me. Norbert, don't eat my plants. We just got them revived. Don't eat them. Also, don't fall off the shelf. Are you okay? Alright. Clark can't really tell if Bruce believes him, but he must have sounded sincere enough. Whoops, I changed my zoom and now I can't. There we are. Clark can't really tell if Bruce believes him, but he must have sounded sincere enough for him to relax back into the bed. About 7 minutes later, Clark really doesn't need much sleep, and he's trying to let Bruce have some peace. Counting the seconds, as well as the cracks in the roof of the cabin, seems as good a pastime as any. Bruce's foot starts bouncing again, gentler this time, softer. A few minutes later it stops, and his breathing evens out completely. Clark has never known a human to breathe so quietly. He'd imagined a big man like Bruce would snore like a stuffed-nosed sailor. I'm only laughing because apparently that's how I sleep, and I was a sailor. I'm currently stuffy-nosed, so it's just so apt. He doesn't. He barely moves at all. He also hasn't moved from his position, so he's still facing Clark. I swear to fucking God, I need to get a fan out here and just blow the smoke cloud back in their direction. I took my albuterol before I came outside, so I shouldn't have a severe allergic cough reaction, but perhaps I should go back inside, but it's not quiet inside right now. It's not super quiet out here, what with all the road noise, but it's definitely not quiet inside. He doesn't. He barely moves at all. He also hasn't moved from his position, so he's still facing Clark. His face is beautiful like this. Bruce is always handsome, of course, but when he's relaxed like this, Clark has never seen anything like it. All the harsh lines on his face soften, leaving his face looking much younger than it does when he's glaring at people. His hair is hanging over his forehead, and Clark is once again hit with the need to run his hands through it. He won't, of course, because for one, Bruce is asleep, and also because he's pretty sure Bruce would not see it as a gesture of care. He'd probably do something dramatic, like cut all his hair off just so Clark wouldn't be able to do it again. Clark smiles at the thought that his actions could affect Bruce so much. Clark, you dweeb. I love you. You dweeb. He doesn't do it on purpose, but after a little while he shuffles closer to Bruce, not close enough to touch him, but close enough to feel his warmth. He tells himself it's to prevent himself from falling off the edge of the bed, but he's never really been a great liar. Ouch. He's lulled to sleep by Bruce's barely audible breathing. That seems like it was a section break, but there was no marker in the text that I could see. But it was like spaced. When he wakes up, Clark nearly flies off the bed. He stops himself before he can move an inch, but only because the sight that greets him, the very sight that almost sent him through the roof of the cabin, makes him never want to move again. Bruce is snuggled comfortably against him. Clark tries desperately to breathe as quietly as he possibly can. Bruce has moved to Clark's side of the bed during the night. Clark turns his head a little to get a better look. The movement makes Bruce's hair slide against his cheek. He swallows thickly. Bruce, I don't like being touched. Wayne is clinging to him like a child would its mother. Wait, no, that's not quite right. It's more like how a lover would cling to their partner. Bruce has his leg thrown over both of Clark's, pressing into his thighs. And while one arm is securely tucked away underneath the pillow, Clark's pillow, mind you, the other is wrapped around Clark's torso. Bruce's cheek is pressed against his shoulder, and is he drooling a little? Yup, like a very comfortable lover. Bruce lets out a little sound and rubs his cheek against Clark. That's fucking adorable. He's smiling. Clark is fairly certain. He doesn't want to wake him up, but he can hear the planet's inhabitants starting to move around. And if they want to find a way to get home, they should probably get up soon. Clark clears his voice softly. All it does is deepen the furrow between Bruce's brows. He does it again, and this time Bruce tightens his grip on Clark's torso. He can feel Bruce's stubble on his skin and tries not to think too much about how nice it feels. Ahem, he says, rather loudly this time. Bruce instantly flinches, his entire body jumping and pulling itself away from Clark. He's tangled in both their sheets, his arms stuck underneath the pillow, and he pulls at it so hard he falls off the bed in a heap of sheets and limbs. He lands on the floor with a soft oomph, legs still on the bed, sheets wrapped around one shoulder, and not much else. Clark peeks over the edge of the bed. Bruce looks absolutely confused, and his eyes are darting back and forth until they land on Clark's face. He's pressing his lips together to keep from laughing, but it doesn't help much when Bruce's eyes widen in horror as he realizes what's happened and where he is. Bright red flushes over his entire face, and Clark can't stop the laugh bursting out of his mouth. You, he says, but he's stopped when Bruce kicks his shoulder hard. The best song just came on from my playlist for this ship and this chapter specifically. It's called All Around Me by Flyleaf. I'll have to remember to link it in the bonus materials. Not a word, he threatens. It would have been more convincing if he wasn't blushing and the sleep marks from the pillow and Clark's shoulder weren't still imprinted on his cheek. Clark rubs at his shoulder to soothe the ache. Ha! Bruce must have known exactly where to kick to get any sort of pain from him. Clark wouldn't put it past Bruce to figure out the weakest points on his body just to be able to do exactly this and make sure it hurts. Well, Clark knows how to make Bruce uncomfortable too. Don't you dare touch me, you said, he says as he sits up properly on the bed. Bruce is about to get roasted. Clark is going to mock him so hard. Don't you dare touch me, you said, he says as he sits up properly on the bed, reminding Bruce of the very short conversation they'd had the night before. Clark. Bruce shoves his upper body off the floor. If you come over to my side, I'll shove you off the bed, you said. Clark, please. He swings his leg off the bed. At least 15 inches between us all at all times, you said. Two bros just chilling in the hot tub. Clark, Bruce hisses as he throws the sheets at Clark's face. His cheeks are flaming red, and Clark has never been giddier in his life. He wants to kiss those flushed. Oops, no, wrong mindset. Backtrack. He feels a little dizzy. Maybe that's why he's got such a hard time keeping his head in check. Which one? The big one or the little one? Isn't that what you said? He asks Bruce, mostly to have something else to focus on. Yes, but Bruce mutters and clears his throat. Oh, he is so uncomfortable. I didn't. You didn't think you'd be the one to koala attack me during the night, huh? Clark says with a wiggle of his eyebrows. Bruce looks mortified until he sets his face back into his default frown. I didn't know such thing. I must have been cold, he says. It felt hot enough to me, Clark comments, and even he has a hard time believing he just said that out loud. Just shut up. We need to find a way off this planet. Well, I could just fly, he says with a shrug as he stands from the bed. Fuck. He feels a little sluggish, and he would never leave Bruce behind. But he could technically just fly back home if he's so pleased. I'm gonna finish reading this chapter and then I gotta go back inside. I can't stay out here. They're not even smoking anymore. It's just a lingering cloud. Well, I could just fly, Bruce echoes in a nasally voice. Screw you. If the aliens ask, we might have to pretend I did. Bruce looks about ready to jump off the floor and strangle him. There's something wild in his eyes, although they do look much better than they did last night. He slept all right then. Clark forgot to ask in the midst of enjoying the vision of Bruce's face turning red. Shh, they're coming. Clark interrupts Bruce before he can start threatening him with kryptonite-infused bullets or whatever else fun stuff he has laying around. Shit, Bruce hisses and throws himself onto the bed again. He's frantically moving all the sheets around, even though there's clearly nothing underneath them. They were just on the floor a minute ago, after all. Where the hell is my cowl? Clark looks around the floor and frowns. Where's my uniform? And that's the end of the chapter. Alright, y'all, I'm going back inside.
Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. Finally, we're digging into Chapter 3 of What Happens on Nereid. We're sitting outside on the porch. Norbert is enjoying some porch time, too. It's about 2 a.m.-ish my time. I promise I did get some sleep before this, but I'm awake now, so I decided to read about it. I'm hoping to be able to make it through the entirety of this chapter, but we'll see how it goes. Let's see, last chapter we left off, it was, where are the clothes? And this chapter opens with, they have no time to answer either question, and if it wasn't a serious situation, Clark would have laughed at the way Bruce digs underneath the covers and stays there when there sounds a knock on the door. Clark doesn't even get one step before the door opens. It isn't until the alien pokes their head in with a lamp in their hand that Clark realizes the cabin is still mostly cast in darkness. Have they woken up early or late? The alien doesn't speak. It merely nods their head and places the lamp on the floor by the door. Next to it, it places a tray of food and a pitcher of what Clark assumes is water. He opens his mouth to say thank you. He was raised right. But the alien is out the door before he gets the chance to speak. Norbert is hunting a bug. Get it, Norbert. It takes Bruce less than 4 seconds to jump out of the bed again when the door closes. He pokes his head underneath the bed and then starts pacing the floor. Where are my clothes? He asks, desperation tinging his voice. Where you left them, Clark responds, because come on. This is ridiculous. It's one thing for Clark to misplace his uniform. He did just throw it on the floor after all. But for Bruce not to know where his neatly stacked clothes are is just not possible. They're not here, Bruce says. What are you talking about? Clark scans the cabin, ignoring the throbbing at his temples. He should have at least been able to locate Bruce's cowl with all the lead inside it. What's going on? How did they come in here without us noticing? Bruce whirls around and narrows his eyes at Clark. Without you noticing. Now that he mentions it, that does seem rather impossible. If they'd been inside the cabin, Clark would have definitely heard them. Then again, he does feel a little woozy. Perhaps he's not as immune to poison as he thought. The food from last night could have contained something even his body can't stand up against. He doesn't think that will calm Bruce down to know. So instead, he looks at the tray the alien left and finally notices the little pile of cloth next to it. "They did leave us something else to wear," he says as he picks it up. He wants to sound positive, but then he holds up the first item and he swallows thickly. "That," Bruce says with widened eyes, "that is a skirt." "At least they don't expect us to walk around naked," Clark tries. "They'd like that," Bruce mutters. "Come on, it's not that bad. Do you want the see-through one or the short one?" Clark tries to joke. Bruce looks constipated, and his cheeks are flushed as he marches up to Clark and reaches for the shorter skirt. "Should have kept my Under Armour on," he mutters as he ties the thing around his waist. He twists around to look over his own shoulder. "It barely covers anything." Oh, Clark has noticed. Or tried not to notice. He doesn't need his powers to see through this thing. If Bruce wasn't wearing boxers, Clark is pretty sure he'd be able to see everything, even with the skirt on. The barest movement Bruce makes has the skirt riding up, the pieces of fabric separating to flash his strong legs, and Clark really needs to keep his eyes to himself. "It comes with a matching top," Clark says, trying to ease the tension with a smile and a positive attitude, and to keep his own mind out of the gutter. It might have worked if the matching top wasn't just two thin pieces of fabric. Pardon me. Sewn together in an X shape, just like the warriors they'd encountered yesterday wore them. It vaguely resembles what John usually wears, and if Clark had enough brain capacity to stop thinking about how Bruce's chest and thighs look in the warrior outfit, he might have said something along those lines. A friendly comment. Something to ease the tension out of Bruce's very broad, very naked shoulders. Clark shakes his head to clear it. He hopes it looks like a normal twitch. "I'm not wearing that," Bruce says immediately. "Would you rather go topless?" Clark really tries to keep a straight face as he speaks. He does. "It won't be much different," Bruce grunts, even as he takes the top from Clark's hands. "This won't cover anything either." He holds it up in front of his chest. "It'll be like wearing a string bikini." "I wonder, Bruce, how do you know what it feels like to wear a string bikini?" Clark tries not to imagine Bruce in a string bikini. Clark wondered the same thing, although he tries even harder not to imagine why the hell Bruce knows what it's like to wear a string bikini, and tries for another approach. "You wouldn't want to insult the natives, though, and we do need to go outside to be able to ask them where our clothes are." "I hate you," Bruce mumbles as he fastens the X over his chest. "Hey, I'm wearing their clothes too." Clark tries to comfort him. He stepped into his own skirt, although it's nowhere near as revealing as Bruce's, despite it being mostly see-through. You're not wearing an outfit even Diana would refuse to be seen in, Bruce grumbles. He looks rather nice, actually. Sure, the skirt is short, and the X doesn't really do anything other than sit nicely over Bruce's chest, not even covering his nipples, but still. His muscles are on full display, the X tight across his chest, accentuating his long neck, pressing against the hair on his chest. Clark wonders if it's uncomfortable. But the fabric felt soft in his hands. The slits in the skirt show off Bruce's thighs in a way that has Clark's head spin a little.
Hello, welcome back to Bedtime Stories. So Chapter 3 has been having some troubles getting recorded. I think this is the third or fourth time I've sat down to record this fucking chapter. But on God, today I am going to finish reading it. So I got about 10 minutes into the last recording. I've got some water. We're set up on the porch. Norbert's out here. I acquired a stand for the Chromebook to get it up with my normal posture so my neck won't hurt looking down. I haven't done any vocal warm-ups, so we're just gonna read until my voice warms up. It'll work, right? Yeah. Where were we? Oh yeah. Bruce's thighs were making Clark dizzy. Clark blinks slowly and forces his eyes up to Bruce's. It doesn't really help. His cheeks are tinted red in embarrassment. Clark didn't even know Bruce could feel embarrassment. The man runs around in a bat costume after all. And have his lips always been so full? Oh, I forgot to add. I got 10 minutes into the last recording. I got half an hour into my last reading of the story. I just didn't realize that somehow the recording had been stopped for 20 minutes. That was irritating. Clark jerks his head to the side and tries to remember what Bruce said. Ah, skirt. Diana. Right. Norbert, what are you doing with my pants lady? Leave my ankle alone. Norbert, what the fuck? Hey, she says the skirt makes moving easier, he says, hoping Bruce won't notice the halt in his reply. Just in case Bruce makes... Nope, that's two different lines of text. Just in case Bruce will think too much of his silence, he makes a show of moving his hips to have the skirt sway back and forth. It's rather fun. See how much room there. A skirt... No, wrong person. A skirt implies a proper piece of clothing. A skirt would at least cover my ass. This thing can barely be classified as a belt. I don't know about y'all, but every time I see the word belt, I am instantly transported back to Men in Black and the Galaxy on Orion's belt. Clark wants to protest. It's not that bad. But then his eyes catch on another item next to the tray. He tilts his head to the side, and picks it up. It looks almost like... Oh. Clark mutters. They also left you something else.
How do you know it's for me?
Bruce asks, even as he walks closer. It has... Clark clears his voice. It has ears. Ears? Bruce snatches the thing from Clark's hands. What the hell? It's a mask. Sort of. Except that it's more veil than mask. And it's bright purple. It looks like it's made from leaves. Hold on, little buddy's doing something in that house. Hold on, I have to go intervene. The fridge door got left open. I honestly would like to give feedback to the designer of this recording app that you shouldn't put the button to record in the middle of the button to end the recording and the button to delete the recording. I don't like that. But anyway. It looks like it's made from leaves, but they're rough to the touch, and they don't break off like leaves on Earth would. If Clark wasn't sure Bruce would kill him for it, he'd say that Bruce looks like... No, he'd say that it looks like a child tried to make a Batman cowl out of stuff they found in the woods. And then painted them purple, of course. He's fairly certain Bruce wouldn't find his commentary funny. The mask reminds Clark of the domino mask that Robin wears. Granted, he hasn't been close enough to look at it. That was a big yawn. Properly. Bruce is very protective and won't let Robin in on League business without using his enhanced vision. And he knows Bruce wouldn't like that, so he's kept his curiosity in check. There's a little piece of fabric hanging from the mask to cover the lower part of Bruce's face. Very much like the veils they described for the aliens yesterday. And it does indeed have ears, or at least something like ears. The mask has 2 long points sticking up from it, similar to the ears on Batman's cowl. Bruce holds it in his hands, a wild look in his eyes. He slowly looks up at Clark, who is trying his utmost best not to laugh.
They want me to wear
this, Bruce deadpans as he looks back at the mask. You did tell them your mask is basically a veil, Clark points out gently. He's really not trying to be mean here. But there's something about the bewildered look in Bruce's eyes that has him wanting to poke a little fun at the big bad bat. It looks like something a kindergartner would make. You're exaggerating,
They probably did the best they could with what they had laying around. Clark tries to diffuse the frustration building in Bruce. His shoulders are crawling closer and closer to his neck. Clark is pretty sure he'll explode soon if he doesn't distract him. The purple's nice. The purple. Clark, Bruce huffs. They took our clothes. They took my cowl and gave me this thing instead. How am I going to communicate with them without my translator? It's in my damn cowl. We need to get it back. You could always just trust me to translate, Clark says with an easy smile. Bruce stares at him with a blank expression. Or we could go find Adam, Bruce corrects, and ask them if we can have it back. Clark ignores his interruption. I'm sure they'll be reasonable. They're aliens, Clark. So am I, Bruce. He doesn't stick his tongue out at Bruce, but it's a close call. Bruce is being extraordinarily Brucey today. Some of us can be reasoned with. I'm sure He stops at Bruce's pointed look. I'm sure Adam is the one who can. Just trust me on this. All right, Bruce says after a while. Let's try it your way. I might put myself back to sleep if I keep doing this. What is it about Mawiish's stories that makes me feel so peaceful and sleepy? All right, Bruce says after a while. Let's try it your way. It's not like we have much choice. Either way. You could just knock all of them unconscious, Bruce suggests, even as he carefully places the mask over his eyes. The purple really does look nice against his skin. A peaceful choice, Clark scolds, trying not to stare too long at the way the mask molds itself onto Bruce's features. He should consider exchanging masks with Robin. This one looks really nice on him. Although the kid looks too small to be able to fill out Bruce's cowl, so maybe it'll just be an image in Clark's head. That might be a fun sketch for somebody to do. Just be wearing a domino mask instead of the whole cowl. My way, remember? Then lead the way, Bruce says, with an elegant movement of his hand toward the door. If he hadn't rolled his eyes while he did it, it might have seemed genuine. Okay, I am suddenly struck with doubts. Is that genuine or genuine? Let's look it up. No, I do not want a genuine parts company. I want a genuine pronunciation. R. There we go. Pronunciation. Here we go. Did I mute this somehow? I sure did.
Genuine.
Genuine versus
Genuine.
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 Genuine. They reverse the pattern. Genuine. Don't need Stephen. It's everywhere. I'm still here, I promise. Genuine. I remembered that I had found wordwebonline.com, which is a free no ads dictionary for English. It doesn't have the recorded sounds, but it does have the syllable by syllable pronunciation guide. They exit the cabin, careful to step over the tray of food, and Clark is instantly aware of how dim the planet looks. He'd suspected, of course, from the dull light in the cabin, but it still surprises him that the suns are still down. He'll have to ask about that as well when they see Adam and Genevieve. There are guards stationed at every other cabin, but it doesn't look like they're guarding anything or anyone. They're mostly just talking amongst themselves, although they do look over both Bruce and Clark as they walk past them. A few even go so far as to nod their heads at them, conveying that these clothes are far more proper on Nereid than what they arrived in. Clark doesn't really mind, but when he glances at Bruce, he sees him pull discreetly at the skirt's hem, as if to pull it further down. Clark hides his smile behind a hand, pretending to yawn. They don't make it all the way to the house where they met Adam and Genevieve yesterday. Instead, they see them at the long table where they ate. Well, Clark ate. He's pretty sure Bruce just poked at his food. He frowns at the thought. He's got to make sure Bruce eats something today. That's right, we don't need a hangry Bruce. Greetings, Genevieve says brightly. Clark opens his mouth to answer, but is suddenly acutely aware of his hand. His hand, which Bruce just took in his own, lacing their fingers together. There are no gloves this time, nothing between them. He can feel Bruce's warm hand beneath his own, can feel every callus and scar, every little dent in his skin. It takes him a moment to pull his focus back to the conversation he's supposed to start. Good morning, Clark eventually gets out, even though he's not sure morning is really the right word to choose. You could just say greetings, that works for every situation. I learned that from watching Charlotte's Web. Greetings and salutations. Yes, Norbert. Oh, do you want to go inside? Bye, Norbert. That's okay, I still have Rexy to keep me company. Me and Rexy are cuddling right now. Rexy's getting good hugs. Oh, in case you weren't aware, Rexy is my emotional support stuffed animal. He's a Rexy is a T-Rex. That's where the name comes from. I probably would have chosen a similar name, but that was actually the name that Rexy came with from the Belsey website, which makes the cutest stuffed animals. They're very high quality too. Smooth material covering, very satisfying for stimming with, to rub like your chin or whatever against, and very firm stuffing inside so you can squish them to your chest. It's very satisfying. No, Norbert, pick a place. Now you want to be outside. No, Norbert. Did you just need to check on things inside? You needed to monitor your domains? Were you on patrol? What's that, Norbert? Did you sleep well? Adam asks from behind Genevieve. They're piling food onto a plate. Oh, yes, very well, thank you, Clark says with a smile. That pleases us, Adam says, and then someone beside them has their attention. Clark feels a pull on his hand. He looks to Bruce, who's looking at him expectantly. He tilts his head, widening his eyes like he wants Clark to get on with it. Right, okay, he knows what he's supposed to ask. May we inquire as to where our clothes are? And wow, he should maybe relax a little bit. He's not scared of the aliens, but he doesn't want to offend them by being too forward. It's important not to come across as rude in these scenarios. That's right. Mama Kent did not raise no rude children. But the way Bruce rolls his eyes at Clark's choice of words has him rethinking them. Although it is nice to be able to see Bruce's eyes at all, Clark wonders silently if he can convince Bruce to keep this mask on. Are the ones we provided you not satisfactory? Genevieve asks, their face scrunching up a little. 7 of their eyes seem to narrow. Oh no, they're very nice, Clark hurries to say. He nearly raises his hands in a reassuring gesture,
but Bruce is holding on to one of them tightly. We're just wondering about the mask. We provided you with equal coverage, they say, confusion clear in their voice. Adam then turns back to the conversation, and they, too, look confused by Clark's request. Ah, yes, but... Clark looks to Bruce. What's he supposed to say? My translator is in the cowl, Bruce reminds him in a whisper, squeezing his hand. I can't recognize enough words to understand them. It's a very special mask, and it means a lot to us. It's part of his identity, even. Oh, Adam says. I apologize. It's just being washed down by the creek. Washed? Clark says. Washed? Bruce hisses when he hears Clark speak. He turns to the aliens with an apologetic smile. It looks weird behind the sheer fabric. Well, it looks weird overall because it's clearly not genuine. No, goddammit. Genuine, yes. Clark hopes the aliens can't tell. Could we be allowed to wash our items ourselves? It's a rather delicate mask. Of course, Genevieve says, quick to want to remedy their rudeness, it seems. They're so apologetic that they even lead Clark and Bruce to the creek they're talking about, stopping the children, younglings, smaller aliens from washing any more of their things. It seems both their uniforms have indeed been cleaned and are now laying out on a rock, drying. It may be darker out, but it's still warm on Nereid, and Clark doesn't doubt that their clothes will be dry in no time. Norbert, I can't take you on a walk right now. It's dark outside. Wait till the sun comes up. One of the smaller aliens smiles at Bruce and hands him what looks to be his under armor, soaking wet. It points a tentacle at a bumpy rock near the edge of the water and makes a scrubbing motion. Bruce smiles back at them, more genuine this time, and kneels down by the water as if to follow its instructions. Clark has to stop his eyes from wandering, but he finds himself stepping closer to Bruce's back to shield him from the many eyes of the aliens. Clark, you're ridiculous. Norbert, chill the fuck out, yo. Just because Bruce has forgotten that he's wearing a short skirt doesn't mean that Clark will allow all the aliens to get a good look at his more private areas. Thank God for boxers. Thank you, he tells Adam and Genevieve. They thankfully take his words as the dismissal it is. Hi, Norbert, hi. And takes the smaller aliens with them. Don't step on the keyboard, no. Oh my God, Norbert, no. Damn it, Norbert.
No, you went back a whole chapter. Where were we? Thank you. Oh, wait. Okay. Everybody leaves. Okay. We have food prepared for when you are done, Adam turns to say, just before they walk back to the village. Clark just smiles in return. See, he says then, turning back to Bruce. That wasn't so bad. The moment he faces Bruce, he gets a soaking wet shirt thrown at his face. It wraps halfway around, and the force of the throw, combined with the surprise, has Clark nearly falling flat. Nearly falling flat on his ass. He stumbles back several steps and peels the fabric off his face. What? He doesn't get any further before Bruce has thrown the pants at him too. This time he catches them before they hit his face. He looks at Bruce for exactly 1 second before he's flying through the air, grabbing Bruce around the waist and diving into the lake. Oh, it's time for water play. Okay, diving might be exaggerating a bit. He tackles Bruce into the water and is delighted to hear the small gasp of surprise leaving Bruce's lips. You, Bruce splutters as he sits up. The water reaches just below his shoulders, so there's no need for him to flail his arms around like that. You started it, Clark interrupts. He rolls off of Bruce and then nearly chokes on his own laughter at the sight that greets him. The mask has slid down Bruce's face, hanging over his mouth instead of his eyes, and his hair is dripping over his forehead. The long ears have turned soggy and hang down the sides like they would on a sad cat. He looks ridiculous. Hold on.
Okay, welcome to Bedtime Stories special midday nap edition. We're gonna try and finish chapter 3 of What Happens on Nereid. The mask has slid down Bruce's face, hanging over his mouth instead of his eyes, and his hair is dripping over his forehead. The long ears have turned soggy and hang down the sides like they would on a sad cat. He looks ridiculous. He looks absolutely adorable. Clark tries to hold back his laugh, but he snorts, and then in the blink of an eye, he has a lap full of Bruce Wayne. Clark freezes when Bruce's strong thighs land on either side of his hips, and it is only the pure shock, he tells himself, that allows Bruce to push his upper body under the water. He does struggle a little bit to get back up, but it's probably just because he's stunned by Bruce's actions. What was that for? He asks when he finally wiggles out from under Bruce. I felt like it. Bruce looks surprised at his own words. He also looks incredibly handsome with water dripping down his face and a flush high on his cheeks. The mask has fallen off completely,
and Clark wishes he could see Bruce like this more often. Open, bare, honest. He's apparently been staring too long because Bruce pulls a hand back with a smirk tugging on his lips. Water splashes on his face, and Clark blinks confusedly. Ah, so it's a fight Bruce wants. Clark pretty sure that's not what's going on. Feels like flirting. Even with his head throbbing and his limbs a little sore. Clark, how did you get sore? What the fuck is going on? Clark knows exactly how to win this. It takes him approximately half a second to grab Bruce's ankle and force his head underwater again. He dodges Bruce's other foot, but when he tries to stand, his own feet get tangled up in his long skirt, and he falls onto Bruce's body, knocking the breath out of both of them. I'm picturing this in a, anime style, and it's just... Bruce has him in a headlock before he can get up on his hands, and Clark laughs as Bruce's legs wrap around his arms. He feels like a kid again. Clark isn't sure how long they stay in the water. It's hard to tell time without the suns in the sky. But he knows Bruce tackles him twice when he tries to get out of the water, and he can't remember the last time he had this much fun. That was an unexpected tone shift, but it was so cute. They're drying off next to the lake. It's not like they've got a lot of clothes on that need to dry, so it's a quick process. When Bruce speaks, his face is obscured by the cowl again, and it hasn't been damaged. Bruce checked it over twice. Well, yeah, you think Alfred would let you out of the house without a mask that wasn't waterproof? Shh. But Clark already misses the other mask. Bruce's eyes are hidden from him, and it makes something in his stomach turn unpleasantly. Bruce is gathering his uniform and making a face at the wet Under Armour. If he hadn't thrown it at Clark's face, it might have been dry by now. Clark doesn't mention that fact. Clark's like, karma, bitch. How do you feel? Bruce asks. Fine. Why? Clark frowns. He does feel fine. Mostly. A little heavy. But he figures it's because the suns haven't risen yet. Which is a little weird, because he's sure they've been awake for hours by this point. But he doesn't feel sick or anything, which is what he figures Bruce wants to know. You ate their food, he says, as if it answers Clark's question. It sort of does, but only because he's fluent in Bruce speak. Better than starving, he answers Bruce's unspoken question. Is it worth the risk of being poisoned? Bruce just grunts and then proceeds to put on his uniform, even though it's still mostly soaking wet. Clark doesn't want to comment on it. He's not the one in the skirt nearly showing off his ass, after all. Bruce could just have worn longer-legged boxers, but Clark has a feeling commenting on Bruce's choice of underwear might not be considered polite or survivable if Bruce gets embarrassed enough to kill him over it. At least Bruce has enough sense not to wear the gloves or his giant boots. He'd overheat in a matter of hours. But Clark, the shit kickers are so good for ankle stabilization. It does make him look a little silly with all the Kevlar on, but once again Clark chooses not to comment on it. He does, however, offer to carry Bruce's boots, so he'll have one hand free. to hold clerks. You never know who might be watching. All these little rationalizations, and really they just want to hold hands. Clark's uniform is mostly dry, and while he doesn't mind the long skirt, he's not shy about his body. He does change into his own clothes. It feels a little off, but he figures it's because his skin is still damp from the dip in the lake. These little hints scattered throughout that something is off, and Clark keeps not realizing that something is off with him. Clark, something's going on. They wander towards their cabin, but barely get there before they're met with a couple of aliens. They look familiar, but Clark doesn't think they've been introduced. The aliens are excited, reaching out as if to touch or drag them off somewhere. So Clark steps in front of Bruce to shield him from their tentacles. He smiles at them, even as he backs Bruce towards the cabin. "It's a party," one of the aliens says. "For you," adds one of the others. Clark looks to Bruce, who's thrown his boots, gloves, and cape, all his various accoutrements, inside the cabin. He looks from Clark to the aliens and then shrugs. There's no reason for them not to go, especially if they want to try and find something to eat. Bruce must be starving. He didn't even touch the fruits last night. That's why you always keep a granola bar or something handy in one of those utility pouches on your belt. Shoot, you'd think by this point Bruce would just be in the habit of carrying around like little, meal replacement kits. Like something tasty but filling. I bet Wayne Enterprises could develop some sort of autism-friendly food supplement thing. Common problem in my experience of people, with autism or other neurodivergence, where food disagrees with them sometimes, either because of delicate GI stuff or, texture or sensory aversions, is a poor nutrition, like dietary nutrition intake, so they need like a multivitamin supplement or something. Anyway, so they follow the aliens, who are very excited by their willingness, to the long table from yesterday. It is indeed a party. Bruce instantly looks like he wants to run off. Or, well, that's what the twitch at the corner of his mouth tells Clark. He's fairly certain he's reading it right, especially when Bruce barely hides the grimace on his face when a pair of tentacles push them to sit at the end of the table. There's a fire nearby, and the aliens are dancing around it. The view reminds Clark of a bonfire party, and it makes him miss home. Whoops, I left the music on. Excuse me. Clark misses the bonfire party. Okay, the light from the fire is warm and bright, and he doesn't mind either. It's getting colder and colder the longer the suns are down. Are they in some sort of weird Alaska situation, where... Whoops. Sorry, I just dropped the tablet on my face. Where the sun goes down for days and days. There's plenty of food in front of them, and they're surrounded by people. Okay, aliens. Oh no, don't get me started. I've got a rant about what makes person versus... I just have this thing where I don't think the word human should be used to mean person. I think you can be a person without being human, necessarily. And just because you are technically a human doesn't mean you are a person. Nope, we don't have time for that. But if anybody wants to discuss, happy to discuss. Yeah. Clark isn't sure what time of day it's supposed to be, but he's trying to enjoy the wild and fun atmosphere. Bruce looks like he's trying to hold in gas, or tears, or maybe both. You could at least pretend like you're having fun, Clark whispers. This is me pretending. Bruce bites out. Like, he's fucking there, right? Like, that's a pretty big concession already. He's crossed his arms over his chest, and he's the spitting image of a child emitting "I don't want to be here" vibes, even though there's a faint smile on his face. Clark is pretty sure that's something Bruce has trained himself to be able to do, like so many other things, because while it doesn't look fake or forced, it doesn't look like Bruce's natural smile either. I like how Clark can catalog Bruce's various smiles. Wow, Clark says. Good thing you aren't an actor. He knows he should probably just let the subject go, but his brain-to-mouth filter seems to have taken the day off. Come on, you're supposed to be in love with me, remember? What would you have me do? Bruce hisses, even as the smile stays on his face. Giggle at something you said? Oh, come on, Clark. Not everybody expresses affection the same way. That's not a bad idea. I am quite funny. Bruce moves his head in a way that lets Clark know he's rolling his eyes. He's squirming in his seat and lets out a t, as if that's answer enough. TSK, that's tisk. What? Clark asks as he pulls back from Bruce to look at his face. At his cowl. At those damn lenses. You don't think I'm funny? I'm sure you think you're funny. Oh, you little... He doesn't know what possesses him to do so, but Clark finds himself wiggling a hand into Bruce's side. Any other man wouldn't have been able to get through the Kevlar protecting Bruce. But Clark isn't just any other man. He's careful not to bend the material as he presses his hand under it and shimmies his fingers over Bruce's side. It's not his skin. He's wearing his Under Armour again after all, but it is close enough. Okay, where were we? Oh, he's tickling Bruce. Clark can hear the second he finds a ticklish spot. Bruce's teeth clack loudly as he slams his mouth shut to keep the laugh from bursting out. Clark didn't expect Bruce to be this ticklish, but he's not complaining. What's that? He asks with an innocent smile. Stop. Bruce struggles. Stop. He presses his lips together again. It's clearly very hard for him to get any words out, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't keep his lips from tugging upwards. You. Bruce grabs at his wrist. But it's not like he can stop Clark unless he lets him, even if he hasn't been in the sun today. He's not completely powerless, after all. Clark sees a few of the aliens looking their way and leans into Bruce's shoulder as if he's whispering something particularly funny. They're looking at us, he reminds Bruce, who by then really can't stop trying to wiggle away from Clark's hands. Clark reaches his other arm around Bruce's waist to keep him close. You should try to make it sound genuine. Clark is well aware that he's acting like a little shit. He is also very aware that he doesn't give a damn. Bruce's cheeks are flushing red, and it's very freeing finally being able to shut him up. Or, well, make him lose a little of that control he so desperately clings to. No one is going to buy them being a couple if Bruce keeps scowling at Clark. Well, maybe not a happy couple. He was much more compliant in the water earlier, even if he did try to drown Clark. I can't get my pillow to smush just right. I'm gonna... Bruce slaps a hand in front of his mouth, and cowl or no cowl, Clark knows he's glaring at him. He doesn't really mind, though. He will willingly admit that he loves seeing Bruce like this. Kill me? Clark suggests helpfully. Not the most romantic gesture, but considering your position, I'll let it slide. Bruce tries and fails to stifle another laugh. Clark! Okay, Clark finally says, and withdraws both his hands. He holds them up in surrender. I'm sorry. It's just nice to see you smile. Shut up, Clark. Bruce can wear whatever facial expression he goddamn wants. I smile, Bruce argues, panting slightly. The blush is still visible on his cheeks. Not nearly enough, Clark says honestly. There are only a few moments of silence, only penetrated by the laughter and conversations around them. Clark can't tear his eyes away from the redness traveling over Bruce's skin. They have spaceships here, Bruce says, as if he hasn't just been giggling under Clark's hands. If we can steal one. Borrow, Clark interjects. Fine. Bruce does that thing with his shoulders again, but he doesn't seem as uptight as before. It's a fond eye roll, if you ask Clark. If we can borrow one, we'll be able to get home. And if we can't borrow one? Clark asks, even though he's pretty sure of the answer. We'll have to steal it. Yep, of course. I don't like this, he says with a frown. I don't either, but what choice do we have? Bruce asks, as he stabs a fork-like utensil into the piece of fruit he's been analyzing for the past 10 minutes. Before Clark started tickling him, obviously. Not even Batman can fend off the tickles and analyze a piece of fruit at the same time. At least, Clark doesn't think so. We need to get back home. We have to wait until the sun's come up, Clark says. It might have taken him a while, but he's sure that's why he's feeling like a soggy sponge. I can't be much help if anything goes wrong the way I'm feeling right now. Bruce doesn't look worried, per se, but the grunt he lets out is softer than what he usually sounds like, which is as good as a soothing hand on Clark's shoulder when it's Batman, or at least close enough. Although Clark does enjoy the fact that he can have Bruce's actual hand on his shoulder if he wants right now. He lets himself feel the flutter of butterflies in his stomach when Bruce's hand finds his at the table, even as he's eating small pieces of the fruit. Nobody eats as delicately as Bruce does, Clark is sure. Because that's a normal thing to notice about people, Clark. How they eat. Yeah, you're paying him a very normal amount of attention right now. He wonders if he'll be allowed to watch Bruce eat like this once they get home. Oh, he doubts it, and the thought has a sort of sadness settle in his stomach. It's stupid. He's never thought much about Bruce's eating habits before. Why would he start now? They have to find a way home, and he'll figure his thoughts out back on Earth. Clark's like, I'm gonna put a pin in this whole mess and we'll circle back to it later. What Clark doesn't expect is the fact that when the three suns set, they don't rise for at least another 34 of your Earth hours, as he's so kindly informed. While the planet is still technically bright enough to roam around, although not really encouraged, it does mean that Clark is more or less completely without his powers. He tries not to glare at Bruce, who he swears looks smug under that stupid bat cowl. It gets worse before it gets better, but it does get better. Although not before Clark trips and nearly pulls Bruce to the ground with him, just because he wants to join the dancing around the bonfire. He wants to blame it on the long skirt he's not used to wearing, but since he took it off earlier, that's not possible. What is possible is the nosebleed he gets when he slams his face into the dirt because he's too busy remembering to let go of Bruce's hand to stop his own fall. As a person who frequently gets stress nosebleeds, you have my sympathies, Clark. Nosebleeds are so annoying. It isn't often that Clark feels pain, least of all the more human pain that comes with his powers being gone. He can still hover a few inches off the ground if he concentrates. But Bruce pulls at his hand when he does it to keep him from falling over again. Like an unruly kite. Come back here, Clark, come back. Don't waste your powers on stupid shit, he says. Clark might have taken offense if Bruce hadn't stepped closer and hooked his hand on Clark's arm, pulling them close together and keeping him securely upright with his strong arms. Yeah, Clark takes no offense. Hi, Norbert. I can't even see Norbert. I can just hear his collar jingle and see it glowing a little bit in the dark. Norbert. Oh, hello, cuddle buddy. Hello. Norbert's on my foot. Yeah, Clark takes no offense, especially since Bruce holds a cloth to his bleeding nose, guiding him through the pain, even though he does spend the entire time telling him what a crybaby he is. His hands are gentle, though, have been gentle all day, And Clark really doesn't mind having Bruce this close. Doesn't mind even a little bit. So it does get better. They eat, Bruce somewhat reluctantly, and they enjoy the party the aliens have thrown for them. They can survive one more day on Nereid, no problem, right? Bzzz. That was me, by the way, not the story. Wrong. Because there is something off about everything. It takes Clark too long to realize it, and by the time he does, well, there's no going back. The next morning, he doesn't wake up with Bruce clinging to him, but it's only because Bruce stubbornly built a pillow wall between them before going to sleep. Clark knows for a fact that Bruce would have been attached to his side if it weren't for those pillows, because when he wakes up, Bruce is hugging them with all of his body, and he still managed to slide all the way over to Clark's side of the bed. It makes Clark smile, seeing Bruce's cheek smooshed into a pillow, hugging it close to his chest. He would have liked to take the place of that pillow, though. And there it is again. His thoughts running a direction he's pretty sure they shouldn't. This is Batman, after all. But it's also Bruce. Bruce, who looks so peaceful when he sleeps close next to Clark. Bruce, who bounces his feet to get to sleep. Bruce, who's warm and presses closer to Clark as if it's his instinct. Bruce, who now takes Clark's hand as if that's just how it's supposed to be. Bruce, who looks at him with those blue eyes. Those blue eyes are looking straight at him. Good morning, Clark breathes and hopes Bruce won't hear the stutter. Morning, Bruce says, and his voice is an octave lower than usual. Not quite, hold on. Morning, Bruce says. Okay. But Clark can suddenly hear exactly why Bruce needs to speak higher at galas as Bruce Wayne. Ooh, interesting. Should I be pitching my voice different when it is Bruce speaking versus the Batman? Clark opens his mouth to say something, anything other than, "You have beautiful eyes," when something catches his attention. There are several aliens right outside the cabin. He might not have much power left, but he can still hear their chatter. Something about liars and proof. Clark frowns as he tries to peek through the wall. It hurts his head, but he's right. There are 4 aliens outside their door. That's no bueno. What is it? Bruce asks as he raises up on his elbows. He looks at how close they are in the bed, but doesn't comment on it. I think they're spying on us? He turns to face Bruce. What do we do? Shit, Bruce says. And then Clark finds himself pulled onto Bruce's body. He would love to blame the lack of his powers, that he's so easily moved, but he's quite certain This is just how strong Bruce is. He tries not to think about why that makes his cheeks burn so hot.
Can they hear us too? Or just see us?
Bruce asks, tugging Clark even closer. I don't know. Clark chokes out, trying not to get distracted by how close Bruce is.
Can't you use your...
They're not really working right now, remember?
Okay, just let me think. Can you still see them?
Bruce asks. Clark raises his head a little, but he's too low, and he can't concentrate with Bruce's body pressed this close. He tries to breathe through his nose, but that does not help at all. Bruce smells warm and safe and comfortable, and he needs to reply now. Not from this angle, he mutters. Oh, for the love of... Bruce's words are barely out of his mouth before Clark is moved around with such ease he nearly shouts. Bruce has turned them over, settling on Clark's lap, the sheets pooling around his hips. From outside, it must look very seductive as Bruce drags his hands up Clark's bare chest. He bends to whisper in his ear. Ho, 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 ho.
What about now?
It takes Clark longer than he'd like to figure out what Bruce means. He focuses the remnants of his powers and peeks through the wall. It's blurry, and his head hurts. But it doesn't look like they're reacting to their words.
I don't think they can hear us,
he says shakily. He'll pretend it's because he's straining to use his powers, and not because Bruce's thighs are rubbing up against him very suggestively. One way to make sure, Bruce whispers.
Make some noise.
What?
Noise,
Bruce repeats. How? Bruce rolls his eyes and then slams his ass down onto Clark's crotch. Clark has enough mind to swallow the scream, and all that comes out is a very loud whimper, very close to a moan. Noise, just like Bruce wanted. Clark sees the aliens run off before his vision blurs so much he can't see anything past the wall. They're gone, he forces out.
You sure?
Bruce asks. Absolutely. All right. Bruce swings his leg over Clark's body and is off the bed in a second, much like a rider would descend from his horse. Could have been a little gentler there, Clark says, as he clumsily sits up in the bed. He's nowhere near ready to get out of it yet. He does have enough brain power to discreetly place the sheets over his lap. Pain doesn't mean an absence of pleasure after all, and Bruce's body felt very warm and strong on top of his.
You're invulnerable, Bruce deadpans, and all Clark can do in return is raise an eyebrow. Right, Bruce amends. Should have noticed. It's not really something you can physically see, though. Clark accepts his sort of apology. It's visible in your eyes. From the face Bruce is pulling, he didn't mean to say that out loud. That's been happening a lot the past 2 days. Clark can't help but wonder if all it takes to loosen Bruce up is to spend a little one-on-one time with him on an alien planet. That, or there's something in the water making Bruce more honest. Clark isn't sure which he would prefer to be true. And that's the end of the chapter. Ooh, we finally made it to the end of the chapter. I forgot to mention when I started recording this time that it's a couple hours later since I started the recording. I got interrupted. But I was able to come back and restart the recording, so that's cool. I wonder if it's something in the water, the air, or the food, or a combination thereof. Notes. Did you see? There's mother flipping art for this fic now. Oh my god, I'm dead. My beloved Bruce, aka Superbat Lover 1, made this, and this, and this, and this. And Holly Oldfish made this. Thank you so much for the gorgeous art. I'll never get over this. Well, let's check it out. Ooh, they're all on Tumblr. That's good. I'm so sad when it's like non-functional Twitter links. I don't get to see art things. It would help if I turned my internet back on the tablet. There we go. Oh, well, it's on Tumblr, but there's nothing there. It's still a broken link. That's a shame. What about this one? Nothing there either. All the Tumblr links are broken. Disappointment. Well, anyway, thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and hopefully I'll be back with the next chapter real soon.
Hello, and welcome to Bedtime Stories. Tonight I am recording Chapter 4 of What Happens on Nereid by Mawiiish. Or at least we're going to get a start on it. My track record with this fic is not great for completing chapters in one go. I always fall asleep or get interrupted or something. So we'll see how it goes. We are set up on my patio, little recording studio setup. Norbert is out here with me, lounging somewhere. His camouflage is working really well though, because I can't see him, but I know he's here. I realized when I was finding my starting point for recording tonight that I had forgotten to upload
part 3 of chapter 3 to the Internet Archive. So it's up now. And, oh, there you are, Norbert. Hi. And I'll work on getting the AO3 shell updated too at some point. I'm so behind on my AO3 posting right now. So I'm also streaming live in my Discord server with some very special guests. And one of them is actually one of the readers who recommended this fic to me for podficking. So that's fun. If they have anything to say, it'll probably be typed in the chat and I'll share it as a comment. But other than that, let's go. Chapter summary is Bruce and Clark are starting to feel the effects of staying on Nereid. It's not all bad until a helpful alien offers Bruce something that has his heart stop in his chest. Oh, hey, chat. Does anybody need a summary of what's happened so far? Okay, so quick rundown. Bruce and Clark were kidnapped by an alien race who lives on a planet called Nereid. And for reasons, Bruce is pretending that his veil, his mask is a veil, and that he is essentially bonded or like long-term sexually committed to Clark. And also, a really neat feature of this fic is that Bruce is openly and explicitly autistic, and discusses it not only in his inner narrative but with Clark, which I think is really neat. I personally have always had canon be as autistic or neurodivergent to some degree, but it's always so cool to see it just stated outright in fics. Not necessarily dwelt upon, but just discussing, hey, these are accommodations that I could use or supports that would help me to achieve my best results, especially from their close friends and partners. Also, B has not eaten anything since they arrived on the planet. Clark has, and he's been feeling kind of funky. And also, their sleeping quarters are only one bed. Did I miss anything? That's the highlights version. That's probably enough context to go on. Okay, so author's notes. It's a day early, huh? Sweats. Listen. Okay, I know what I said. Excuse me. I didn't know this would happen, okay? It's not my fault. If it's anyone's fault, blame Adime and Genevieve, okay? They're the ones who did this. Next chapter will be the last. I think. Probably. And the emoticon, that's the colon and the letter D for that big smiley face mouth. Anyway, here's a lot of Bruce being an idiot in love. Oh, actually, we're going to have to pause for a second. I am being summoned by... I'm back in the recording. We're back in business. Little buddy's fine. The screen he was watching turned off, so it woke him up when the light stopped being in his face as he prefers. So I had to get his movie going again. Oh, I know. I think I'm just going to call you SD for short. I know you were going to finish reading it. You told me. So I was like, maybe I should podfic this one. Plus, the other person who recommended this fic to me, Zoe, it's her birthday today. So I was like, you know what? I've got two people who are very eager about this podfic. Maybe I should make some progress on it. So thank you for the motivation. Here's chapter 4. To the tone of, anyway, here's Wonderwall. There's something in the water. Bruce is sure of it. He can't prove it, of course, but he doesn't have to. Oh, and by the way, Zoe, when you listen to this, specific birthday wishes from the chat to you. We hope you had a wonderful day. Where was I? There's something in the water. Bruce is sure of it. He can't prove it, of course, but he doesn't have to. He can tell. From his actions to his words to his damn thoughts, there has to be something in the water, because there is no way he would be this careless without outside influence, and Clark being Clark doesn't count. Clark being Clark is an issue, though. Not big enough that Bruce can't handle it, he hopes. But still, it's enough that he's considering if they should try to go for a spaceship before Clark has his powers back. Oh, in my summary, I forgot to mention that Nereid's day length is different than Earth, and so they're in the middle of a very extended night period right now, and Clark's powers coming from sunshine, he is currently powered down. If they stay on Nereid much longer, Bruce isn't sure what other idiotic things he could end up doing, or sharing, or wanting. Oh, snap. He tries really hard not to think about how good, how right it felt, how perfectly Clark fits between his thighs. The second the thought crossed his mind, he made sure to put distance between them. At least Clark has the decency to look away from Bruce's face as he tries to compose himself. He shouldn't have done that. Should have come up with a better solution than grinding against Clark. It didn't matter how nice it felt, how much more he wanted, how long he'd wanted to feel Clark underneath him. As he said, something in the water. That has to be it. I'm just over here like, sure, Jan. That's what's going on. And if that's what helps you process it, just own it, Bruce. You're hot for Clark. We all know it. Bruce makes sure they leave the cabin soon after that. He can't stand being cooped up in the small room alone with Clark. Even his cowl feels tighter than usual, and he forgoes his Kevlar when they leave. He's not sure he would be able to breathe through the several layers. When Clark takes his hand, he nearly jumps out of his own skin. He's being stupid. Every time Bruce calls himself stupid, I'm like, no. Positive self-talk, Bruce. You might not like the thoughts you're having. They probably feel intrusive, but that doesn't make you stupid. They walk to the large table, but this time it isn't packed with aliens. It's just Adine and Genevieve sitting with another alien. They look up when Bruce and Clark approach, and Bruce has to remember to school his expression into one of head over heels in love, instead of grimacing at all the eyes staring at him. If that ain't one of the most relatable, autistic things he's said in this story so far, having to make his face perform the emotions expected of him as opposed to what he's actually feeling. Excuse me. When Clark looks at him, he's pretty sure he's not doing the best job at the in-love look. So he just tugs Clark closer, and very much does not take joy in the fact that he can do that right now, because Clark doesn't have all his powers. If he's got any left at this point. He seemed rather vulnerable yesterday, when he fell over his own legs in haste to participate in a silly dance. Bruce can't really explain why, holding a piece of cloth to Clark's nose and telling him he's an idiot while stroking his hair has his stomach twisting up even hours later, but it does. Honey, it's called hurt/comfort. Hurt comfort. It is a popular fanfic trope, and you are living it in universe. We like it too. He should really take the time to examine the food they're eating. Get your story straight, B. Is it the water or the food? Clark doesn't seem to be behaving differently, so maybe it's something that only affects humans. Bruce isn't sure the aliens would take kindly to him asking for a sample to take home. It might be considered a tad rude. Oh, geez, how was I voicing them? I'll guess. Greetings, a dime says. Bruce nods while Clark jumps directly into the conversation like he was born to do so. He probably was. There's a reason the League goes to Clark when they have problems or want to talk. He's easy to open up to. Bruce would know. He's only been alone with Clark for a mere 2 days, and he already knows more about Bruce than anyone outside his family ever has. It should leave Bruce with a bitter taste, or paranoia in the back of his mind, but all he feels is the need to share even more. It's like that moment, when you make a new friend and y'all just like uh, instantly jive with each other. Not in the same timeline that V is experiencing this with Clark, but this is like the first time he's had the chance to connect with Clark one to one outside of work. So it's almost like they're making new friends, or at least expanding their relationship a lot. But when you just click with somebody and you're like, I like you, let's be friends, and then life stories get traded and such. When it's easy to talk to somebody, you both know. Yes. Hugs to you too. Hold on, I've got a custom emoji that's really good for this. I don't even remember which server I stole it from. There we go. He squashes that feeling as they sit down at the table. Another day, another fruit. At this point, there's no reason not to eat it. He needs the strength, and he's already been exposed to their nutrients. But Bruce still hesitates. Oh my god, Bruce, just fucking eat something. You have to remember the needs of the flesh prison. You gotta eat, Bruce. You want some of mine? Clark asks quietly. His is a fruit with a hard shell, the color a pretty lime green. It looks less worrying than the pink mess that's in front of Bruce. He nods minutely. Excuse me. And Clark. Oh. I had hoped to start reading earlier, but it did not happen. Like, I was supposed to be able to grab a nap earlier today, and so I took, my sleepy time meds earlier in the day because, I had a watch party planned in my server for 7 p.m. my time, and then, I had made tentative plans with SD for the Podfic recording on air. So like 2ish, I took my sleepy time meds because that would give me, a good solid 4-hour nap and then time to wake up and do some chores. That did not happen. I wound up being tagged to emergency babysit, and so I got no sleep whatsoever. And now I have 4 little terror assholes running. Well, they're not. They're sleeping all now. Knock on wood to preserve that. But like it took for fucking ever to get everybody settled down. And one of them was like, I can't sleep with all that noise you're making. And I was like, yo, I was really clear at the beginning of bedtime routine that I would be washing the dishes and making dishwashing noises. And you literally said, Okay, I'll respect your wishes, which I had never heard come out of her mouth before, so I don't know who she was copying. But I was like, all right, I'm going to take your word for it. And then she does the thing where she's like, "You're making too much noise. I can't sleep." I said, "I don't need you to sleep. I need you to lay still, stop getting up off your little blanket pad, lay still, and close your eyes and your mouth at the same time." Because for her, inevitably, if she just does both of these things at the same time for like 2 minutes, she'll pass out, right? It's just she's like, "It's your fault I can't sleep because you're making too much noise." I'm like, no, that's no, that's it is your choice whether or not to get up or lay still. It is your choice whether or not to open your eyes again or your mouth and hop into business that ain't anything to do with you. So I'm not telling you to sleep right now. I just need you to lay there and be quiet. And it worked once I finally got her there. What even was the point of that anecdote? I don't remember. I'm going to go back to the story. He nods minutely, and Clark breaks a large piece off and offers it to him after removing the outer shell. Ever the gentleman. Bruce nearly reaches for the fruit before he notices how Genevieve is looking at them. Their eyes seem narrowed, and they're sitting very close to a diamond. Bruce knows it's idiotic. There's no way they can tell that he and Clark aren't actually a bonded couple, yet he still makes a split-second decision to open his mouth and take a bite of the fruit from Clark's hand. Clark, thankfully, doesn't flinch or drop the fruit. He barely even looks surprised. If anything, he looks pleased. Bruce isn't sure he's reading the expression right, and he doesn't have time to wonder because the next bite he takes has juices drip down his chin. I hate that feeling. Oh my god, it's so gross. He pulls back to rub his sleeve over it, but before he can get that far, Clark has reached out towards him. He swipes a thumb through the mess on Bruce's chin, and without breaking eye contact, he then puts that thumb into his own mouth. Oh my god, Clark. Clark is all in for this one. Bruce's brain short circuits. Valid. There's no way Clark just did that. He must have noticed the alien staring too, right? That's the only viable explanation as to why he would do something like that. Keep telling yourself that, Bruce. Maybe one day you'll actually believe it. Bruce's brain eventually reboots, and he just hopes nobody noticed. It would be bad if Edime and Genevieve saw it. But what really has Bruce's blood pump is the possibility of Clark seeing. Bruce has never been happier that he kept the cowl on. It's one thing to feel these things, but it is quite another to have Clark witness them before Bruce has the chance to prove that it's the water or the food or anything else on this planet that has his heart skip a beat and his blood thrum in his veins. Bruce is currently experiencing the mortifying ordeal of being known, perceived. Also, one of my favorite things about um, the POV being Bruce or Batman, which that's a whole nother discussion. Like, is he identifying as Bruce? Is he identifying as Batman? You know, which aspect of his personality is ascendant at the time. So most of the time I just settle for calling him B. But he's literally masking. Like all the time when he's in his, not gonna lie, I think his go to work Batman outfit is his fursona. You heard it here, folks. Batman is a furry. Okay. At least that's my headcanon. And so, like, literally, he's got the cow, he is masking. And so I think it's a quite lovely metaphor when he removes his mask in front of Clark, when he gets to the point in, the Superbat stories, whichever one you're reading, when B gets to the point where he feels comfortable enough to quit masking around Clark. Which hasn't quite happened in this story yet. But another one that I podficked by this author involving Clark giving Bruce haircuts, a very intimate personal service for a person with autism, especially. Because I know a lot of neurodivergent people just don't like that. Hands in their hair unless somebody's got specific permission to be in the comfort zone, like the point where he quit masking around Clark was really impactful. Oh, there's a little bit more left to this paragraph. He's certain the flutter he feels in his stomach when Clark looks at him must be because of these factors as well. Oh, hold on. We've got company. Hold on, let me button. There we go. Back in the recording too. I have confirmation from the chat. No touch me without permission. Yes, it is an experience that it's not just me. And back to the story, Bruce has always been a big fan of denial. Gee, we couldn't tell. He's sure there's more conversation, words leaving his mouth, but he could not tell you what they were even if you put a gun to his head. The entire time, he's trying not to stare at Clark's mouth. And when has this become a thing? Bruce can't exactly shake his head to clear it of thoughts with both Clark and the aliens so near. Excuse me. So he's stuck within a whirlwind of his own making. Since when has he been this obsessed with Clark? He doesn't want to look too closely at it, afraid he'll see his own obsession spanning back weeks or months. Maybe even from the first moment he laid his eyes on Clark. Oh no, dreaded introspection. When he takes a fifth bite from Clark's hands. Whoa, what happened to 2 through 4? Like, were you distracted, Bruce? Hand feeding. Who would have thought they'd end up here of all places? His lips brush over Clark's fingers, and Bruce finds himself on the end of a very intense pair of blue eyes. It wasn't intentional, but the way Clark's eyes trailed on his mouth. Nope. The way Clark's eyes are trained on his mouth makes Bruce believe Clark is either A much better actor than he thought, or B, affected by whatever it is that has Bruce's nerves all wound up. What do y'all think? I'm betting it's option B. He finds an excuse. A bath. Like they... Oops, I jumped ahead in that sentence. A bath. They'd like to bathe together, like yesterday. And that has the alien's eyes light up And Bruce has no doubt in his mind that they watched them, and isn't that a thing he'd rather not have ever realized? It's continuing that he finds an excuse for them to leave the table. Clark follows him willingly, but really, what else can he do when they're practically attached by their hands? Now that he's aware, though, he instantly notices the many eyes looking at them as they walk through the village and beyond. He can't see them, but he can feel their presence even as he tugs on Clark's hand, pulling him close. "What is it?" Clark asks, and instinctively shields Bruce with his body. The gesture has the butterflies in Bruce's stomach flutter wildly, but he ignores them. Now is not the time. There isn't ever a right time for butterflies, but least of all when they're stuck on an alien planet. I don't know, B. Maybe when you are so completely separated from your day-to-day life and routine is the perfect time to allow yourself certain realizations. "Can't you feel them?" he asks, instead of acknowledging how close they suddenly are. If he breathes in deep enough, his chest will touch Clark's. He keeps his breathing shallow but even. Clark doesn't seem to notice as he looks around discreetly. "Oh, excuse me." His free hand comes up to rub soothingly at Bruce's arm, and it takes all of Bruce's willpower not to yank his arm away, or even worse, lean further into Clark. He's getting closer and closer to something he can't turn back from, and he's not sure if he wants to run screaming in the other direction or just jump directly off the ledge. For now, he'll stand still. Oh, this kind of reminds me of um, a mental health meme that I think is somewhere on my blog. Um, it's like something something anxiety about going outside the house, something something depression keeping me inside the house, standing in the doorway to achieve peak mental health. Sometimes choosing nothing is your option. We've got to vote for the door, the doorway. The hand on his arm is what drags Bruce back to the present. He got lost in his thoughts. Again. He hasn't had any water today, hasn't drank anything. Maybe he should take a closer look at that particular feeling in his chest. Not now, though. He's like, not today, Satan, not today. "They're staring," Clark whispers. There's no way he can actually tell where they are. There's still at least another 12 hours until the suns will be high in the sky, even if they've started rising. His powers haven't magically returned for no reason. At least, Bruce hopes not. He doesn't want to explain the many times his heart skipped a beat this morning. "They're waiting for something," Bruce says, pulling his mind back to the conversation at hand. Probably an encore, Clark mutters, but Bruce hears him clearly. From this morning, perhaps. He can't help but say. He knows Clark can't see it, but he raises his eyebrows even as he tries not to smirk. They did give a great performance, although it wasn't the smoothest plan Bruce has ever come up with. That's something I forgot to mention in the summary, too. They were being observed by their hosts, and Bruce decided it would be a good idea to fake a sexual interaction that he quite enjoyed. You were rather convincing. Big noisy vehicle. Hold on. There we go. I wasn't the one who convinced them. Bruce reminds him. There is no way in hell he'll ever be able to get the sound or visual of Clark choking out that breathy noise out of his head. It wasn't the sound so much as how he looked, to be fair. Nobody sounds sexy when the moan is punched out of their chest by an ass on their dick. To clarify, Bruce dropped down suddenly. I know, right? Bruce dropped down suddenly, and Clark was not expecting the pressure. They were clothed. We have a disagreement in the chat. Still, what, Norbert? What's got your attention up there? Norbert sees something. That's what he's doing for sure. I can't tell if he's hunting a bug or if he sees one of our courtyard cats that drop by sometimes. I put out his leftover food. Oh, I don't know if y'all have heard this update to the Norbert Eats saga, but since I brought Norbert home from the adoption event, he has progressed from dry kibble to wet food to only eating pate, canned wet food, specifically the pate texture, and he will not eat unless he has an emotional support human there with him. But he must be fed like once every 3 hours unless he's napping. So he's like developed preferences and standards, and it's so funny. Luckily, he has an insomniac who thinks he's cute, so I indulge him. Yep. Alright, back to Bruce's thoughts. Still, the way he looked, the way his eyes had rolled just slightly, the way his stomach contracted underneath Bruce, the hands coming up to grasp at Bruce's hips as if to keep him there, as if Clark had wanted to pull him down again and again, grinding against each other until he nearly misses what Clark says next because of the haze in his mind. Well, this might seem a tad tame compared to this morning, Clark says with a soft chuckle. This? Bruce asks, because he's honestly not sure if Clark had already told him what this is. He could have told Bruce the way home and he wouldn't have been able to recall. Holding hands is a bit... Clark trails off. He looks to their hands, still laced together. It isn't even a conscious decision at this point. even though Bruce knows logically that they're only doing it because they're being watched. Is that the only reason, Bruce? Is it? Are you sure? Small thinking, Bruce suggests. He's not trying to be an asshole, and he's more than okay with them just holding hands. Or, well, he was? He is. He is. He's just also maybe not, as opposed to whatever else could be done to convince the aliens of the romantic involvement. If he's really honest with himself, he wouldn't have minded from the start. Although he knows himself well enough to know he'd never admit that out loud. Well, I didn't want to make you uncomfortable, and since you don't like being touched, Clark starts to babble, and Bruce tugs on his arm, stopping the useless words flowing from his mouth. It's sweet, really, that Clark thinks about Bruce so much, but he really doesn't have to. They're both adults. They can set boundaries and keep them. That's not something I've had much luck with myself. Bruce has no idea where his boundaries are right now. Probably at the bottom, underneath the ledge he's tiptoeing. I don't mind, he says, when it's you. Excellent. Fabulous. Phenomenal. I don't mind when it's you. Oh. Bruce can't remember ever seeing Clark this speechless. He's just staring at him, something akin to surprise on his face. He's probably surprised that you said it out loud. We're gonna call that Clark's shocked Pikachu face. He doesn't seem repulsed, which is always a nice sign, even if Bruce didn't mean it as intimately as it came out. Are you sure, Bruce? He really doesn't mind Clark touching him, and he's not sure if it's just because he's gotten used to it or if it's always been like that, but he feels safe with Clark. Awesome. Oof, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stay awake. I am feeling sleepy. Let's see how much we can get before I pass out in the chair. So, Bruce prompts when Clark doesn't look away, but doesn't say anything either. So what? Clark asks. You're not making me uncomfortable, Bruce says, speaking slowly enough that even without his super senses, Clark can tell that he isn't lying. His heart rate is picking up, though, as he keeps speaking. He doesn't know where the words are coming from, but he doesn't stop them from spilling over his lips. Can you come up with something better than holding hands? Something that might make them stop staring? It sounds like you're challenging me here, B, Clark says, the corner of his mouth tugging up. There's a playful glint in his eyes, and Bruce takes the bait without a second thought. And if I am? Look at Clark and Bruce flirting out loud. Good for them. Clark looks surprised for maybe half a second before his expression changes into one
of determination. He reaches out and cups Bruce's jaw. The tips of his fingers brush against the cowl, and Bruce knows he shouldn't. It doesn't matter that the aliens won't know who he is. He shouldn't take it off. But he nods minutely. Clark is careful in his movements as he pulls the cowl back. Bruce blinks a few times, getting his eyes used to the natural light. Clark looks at his hair with a soft smile, and then runs a hand through it. Bruce lets him. Does Batman get a special name for helmet hair? Like he's got the Batmobile, he's got the Batarangs, all this various Bat-themed stuff. I guess he's got a bat's nest on his head. That pun doesn't really make sense, but I thought it was funny. Well, at least the chat thinks I'm funny too. Then Clark locks their eyes together, searching for something. Maybe waiting for Bruce to tell him to stop? That's never going to happen. Bruce's heart rate may have sped up, but it isn't because he doesn't want this. Oh no, he does. It's all he can do not to throw himself at Clark and smash their lips together. What's that song? We came to smash in our something tuxedos. Luckily for Bruce, he doesn't have to make a move, because whatever Clark searches for in his eyes, he apparently finds, and he closes the distance between them. Y'all, I think I'm gonna have to cut it here for the night. I'm sorry, but I'm like taking long blinks and leaning sideways in my chair. It's been a long day. We made it almost 45 minutes into the recording. So thanks so much for keeping me company. I'm gonna pause. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. It's been a couple of months since I was able to read for this story, but when we left off, Clark had just reached out and pulled the cowl off of Bruce. Oh, and by the way, I've got a special guest here in the chat. One of my very first Superbat Podfic commenters who has become a personal friend. I call them Zoel because it's a short version of their AO3 username. So we might have some commentary from them too. And here we go. Then Clark locks their eyes together, searching for something. Maybe waiting for Bruce to tell him to stop. That's never going to happen. Bruce's heart rate may have sped up, but it isn't because he doesn't want this. Oh no, he does. It's all he can do not to throw himself at Clark and smash their lips together. Luckily for Bruce, he doesn't have to make a move, because whatever Clark searches for in his eyes, he apparently finds, and he closes the distance between them. Jumping off the ledge it is then. Clark's lips are warm and slightly damp as they press against Bruce's. He's just run his tongue over them, and Bruce finds himself wishing he'd do it again, just so he could taste him properly. He's very gentle, cradling Bruce's jaw in one hand, while still holding on to Bruce's with the other. Bruce tries to keep his eyes open, to be vigilant, but they're fluttering shut as Clark pulls him closer by the hand. This time their chests do touch, and Bruce regrets not doing this earlier. Clark tilts his head a bit to the side and sucks gently on Bruce's lower lip for a short moment. Bruce's entire body feels like it's on fire. Clark pulls back, and Bruce tells himself he doesn't sway a little to follow him. Sure, Bruce. How was that? Clark asks. And if he didn't know any better, Bruce would say he's a little out of breath. Pretty sure you can do better than that, falls out of his mouth before his brain has a chance to keep up. It kickstarts and tries to come up with a valid reasoning, which, thankfully, he finds rather quickly. They're still looking. Oh well, why don't you come up with something then, Mr. Full of Ideas? Clark's teasing tone has something snap inside Bruce's mind. Something that he doesn't want to look at, doesn't want to think about. But now it's here. Now it's out in the open. Gladly, he says. He really shouldn't be doing this. There has to be a reason why he's doing this. What, like, other than because you want to? He knows the flutter in his stomach has to come from somewhere other than his own feelings. There has to be a reason why it's so easy. Why it feels so natural to grab Clark's shoulders and push him onto the sand. But even as he follows Clark down and settles on his lap, his mind is blank. He can't come up with any sort of excuse as to why he's doing this, except that he wants to. Knew it. What are you doing? Clark asks, a mix of laughter and surprise in his voice. His hands settle on Bruce's hips, and once again he's hit with how natural, how good that feels. He's certain it should feel weird, off-putting even, having Superman's hands on him, but isn't. Not in the least. Coming up with a better plan, Bruce mutters, because it's the only excuse he has, even though he knows exactly how thin an excuse it is. He doesn't believe it for a second, and he doubts Clark does either. And that plan involves you... Clark trails off, hinting at Bruce to finish his sentence. He squeezes Bruce's hips, not really guiding them anywhere, but not moving Bruce off his lap either. It's like he's trying to get a feel of Bruce underneath his fingertips. And the thought has Bruce squirm a little. His brain is one step behind again, but he tries his best to figure out what his plan actually is. I'm not fucking you, if that's what you're thinking. He says, and doesn't hide his face in Clark's neck even though he wants to. What is with his choice of words today? There's a more delicate way to say, I'm just kissing you. He's certain of it. He just can't really get it past his lips before it's too late. Could have fooled me, Clark says with a low chuckle. He rolls his hips up to meet Bruce's, pulling him down at the same time, just once. The movement and friction makes Bruce acutely aware of the fact that he is very much getting hard. Harder, he should say. Oops. Natural reaction, he grumbles. Because it is. He doesn't have to be in love with Clark to find him attractive. Wait. Oh no, did Bruce just realize that he's demisexual? Oh, it looks like Severed Data is going to be able to join the chat after all. Yay. Okay. Aha, it's nothing to do with me, right? Clark is grinning like a fool now, and Bruce's head is spinning a little. Right, he says. Just trying to make it look real for them, right? Clark prods. He slides his hands further up Bruce's sides, but doesn't move his hips again. Bruce wishes he would, and then instantly hopes it doesn't show on his face. Right, he repeats, although less confidently this time. Let me help you out there. Clark reaches up to cup the back of Bruce's head before he flips them around as easily as if he was moving a child. Bruce does his best to cover up the shiver that runs down his spine. Even without all his powers, Clark is ridiculously strong and agile. Maybe not as much as Bruce, but it's close. When his back lands on the sand, Bruce looks up at Clark's grinning face. See? Teamwork. If the next words out of your mouth are "makes the dream work," I will bite off your tongue. All right, okay, jeez, Clark laughs. He still has one hand behind Bruce's head while the other is planted in the sand. Hold on. I'm just responding to a message. Unfortunately, I can't read and type at the same time. Do you think the tongue would grow back when Clark gets his powers back? It would have been really funny if Bruce said that too. Or if Clark had responded, "Don't worry, it'll grow back." It is a good question. That's why I said it for the recording, Al. Powers are coming back nicely, I see. Bruce comments when all Clark does is stare at him. He's looking over his face, taking in the little details, and Bruce wonders what he's seeing. The crow's feet, the near-permanent dark circles underneath his eyes, the speck of brightness around his irises other lovers have pointed out, if he's let them stare at him long enough. Slowly, though, Clark says. He's a little out of breath. This time Bruce is sure of it. Probably shouldn't use them up too fast. How long before you're back to full power? Not sure, Clark shrugs. At least another few hours. The suns are only starting to rise. Bruce looks at the way his lips are glistening when he pokes his tongue out to wet them. They're a little red, not enough that anyone would be able to tell he's just been kissed. But Bruce knows. That's right, Bruce, you know because you're the one that did it. Congratulations. Perfect, he says softly. He's not nearly as careful as Clark was when he flips them back around. Clark looks a little stunned when his back hits the ground. If they keep this up, they're going to roll all the way into the nearest lake. Bruce wouldn't mind. The cold water might help cool his head down enough for him to be able to think. For now, though... Is this okay? He asks, just to be absolutely certain. Oh, that's a fascinating question. If Superman is the Man of Steel, wouldn't it be uncomfortable to kiss him? Because his lips are hard or whatever. I think Superman being the Man of Steel only applies to his abs, personally. Weird alien biology. Facts. If his lips weren't good for kissing, then we wouldn't be able to read smutty Superbat fics, so something had to give. Oh yes, there are other parts of him made out of steel, including his ass, probably his chest, and, his super cock. Go for it, Bruce. Where was I? It's one thing to want to kiss Clark, but to do it in public like this. I'm sorry. I just looked at the chat and Zoel responded to what I said about Superman's supercock needing a little cape of its own. Is that what we're calling condoms for Superman now? Yes. They have to be patterned and printed, specially made just for him. What's the material? Oh god, let's get back to the story before we go down that rabbit hole. They're still being watched, and although that's the last thing Bruce wants to focus on right now, he has to make sure Clark is comfortable with this. It's more than okay. You'll tell me if... I have not been able to think about anything else since this morning, Clark says, as he pushes himself up onto his elbows. It brings his face even closer to Bruce's. I'm so proud of Bruce because consent is sexy. And not only are they engaging in sexual acts, they're doing it in public. And he's aware of that. And I am so proud of him. All right. Yes. Chat concurs. Bruce is not really sure what else he can say, except maybe the truth. There's a beat, and then me neither. Pause for hydration. Okay. Bruce can feel Clark grin against his mouth when he kisses him again, and he's pretty sure it's pulling a smile out of him as well. But he doesn't think too hard about that. Instead, he focuses on the feel of Clark's jaw underneath his hands, his warm lips pressed against his own. The way his hands find their way back to his waist, squeezing and running over his sides, like Clark isn't quite sure what to do with himself. Bruce can relate to that feeling. It's either that or he's using you as his very own stress ball, or multi-purpose, who knows? Clark kisses Bruce like he needs the air in his lungs, like he simultaneously wants to swallow Bruce whole and preserve him like he's something special, something precious. My precious. He's gentle but firm in his movements. He doesn't stutter as he pulls Bruce closer. He's confident and calm even as he pants against Bruce's lips. Clark tastes divine. Bruce knows it's probably all in his head, but he doesn't care. He just can't care anymore. All he wants to do is disappear into Clark's arms, hold him tight, and never let go. The feelings wash over him like a tsunami. And he grabs onto Clark tighter, pulls at him more strongly, more out of control. Clark takes it all. Takes all Bruce wants to give him. Ooh. That's actually got to be really nice for Bruce, because he's probably stronger than most of the humans of his acquaintance. And so having a lover who is stronger than he is allows him to go full force, no restraints, and just, get it. A different dynamic for him.
Hold on. Pause, I'm reading a comment. Oh, for sure. That's a good point. Clark would be less scared of breaking Bruce, because that's literally the Batman. So, bonuses on both sides of that relationship equation. Ooh, comic book science answer from Severed Data, or fanfic science answer. One time Bruce asks a similar question: why does Soup's skin still feel soft and pliable? And then there's tests performed, and B surmises that there's a layer just under the skin, which is actually responsible for reflecting bullets, etc. So the skin is pliable enough to deform, while the inner layer deflects the bullet. I like that theory. That's fascinating. Thank you for sharing. Okay. Where were we? Takes all Bruce wants to give him. Apparently, even aliens on Nereid have limits when it comes to public displays of affection, because it doesn't take them many minutes to disappear after Bruce has settled on top of Clark again. Not that Bruce or Clark noticed right away. They got a little bit wrapped up in what they were doing. At some point, though, even Batman has to come up for air. Bruce is pretty sure Clark doesn't need to breathe, so it's really on him to put an inch of distance between them while he tries to get air into his lungs. The air coincidentally reboots his brain, at least enough that he can think things that don't include more, yes, please. And he untangles himself from Clark's body as non-panicky and politely as he can. He feels the heat in his cheeks, and it's only then he realizes how much of an idiot he is. Oh, Bruce, don't judge yourself so harshly. His cowl, he took it off just because of a kiss? Damn it. When he looks at Clark, his dazed expression and the dumb little smile on his lips, Bruce can't really regret it. That is classic Bruce behavior. Yes, he shows feelings and then immediately thinks he's an idiot. It's not a moral failing to have emotions, Bruce. Good grief. Yes, he's a very repressed idiot. Also, it's the autism. When he looks at Clark, his dazed expression and the dumb little smile on his lips, Bruce can't really regret it. The flutter in his stomach has settled down but not disappeared completely, and he tries his best not to cringe as the words, "in love?" run through his mind. Bruce stands and brushes the worst of the sand off his knees. God, this is embarrassing. He couldn't keep his urges in check for 2 more minutes, so they could have at least made it to the cabin? He looks to Clark, who is still a bit dazed, but there's uncertainty in his eyes now as well. That's because you backed off so quick. Bruce, you're giving him mixed signals. He looks to Clark, who is still a bit dazed. Oh, I already read that part. Bruce refrains from rolling his eyes and offers Clark a hand up. They just had their tongues down each other's throats, and Clark already thinks he's messed up somehow, even though it's Bruce who has to adjust himself in his pants discreetly. Yes, well, the both of you in the Superbat relationship have some self-esteem issues that need to be addressed. Ooh, what do we have to say in the chat? Oh, that sounds like a fun story. Do it, do it, do it. If you write it, I will read it. I'm not looking for gifts. I want to give them the do it emoji. There we go. Okay. Bruce lets go of Clark's hand the moment he's standing, and then he bends down to retrieve the cowl. Oh no, literally putting his mask back on. There's no reason for him to keep wearing it now, but some habits die hard and he tugs it on. If nothing else, to hide at least some of the blush on his face. Shit. He's too old to fill this. He can't come up with a better word than silly. At least not when there are a few phrases he's trying very hard to avoid, even in his own mind. Should we talk about? Clark asks as he follows Bruce towards their cabin. The cabin, not their cabin. God, Bruce really needs to get them off this planet before he completely loses his mind. No, he says instantly. There's a pause, and Bruce turns to look at Clark. The wounded puppy look on Clark's face has Bruce sigh, so he tries again, gentler this time. Is there something you would like to say? Yes. Hold on. I need to reply to something. I know it's silence in the recording. That's bad. But I'm just responding to something in the chat. Because, sometimes people don't want to be on the recording. Okay. Even though he's expected Clark to regret it, to think it had been too much, it still sends pain shooting through his chest. He knows Clark doesn't see him that way. Someone as honest as Clark would have said something by now if that was the case. Bruce, oh my God. Don't let yourself have nice things. This has just been a heat of the moment thing. That's all that there is to it. No, I'm pretty sure he told you just a few paragraphs ago that he was looking forward to it all day. He opens his mouth to tell Clark that it's all right, but he doesn't get that far. I'm sorry for taking your cowl off, Clark continues. I should have known better than to do that. Hey-oh, personal growth for Clark. Look at him learning to make accommodations for Bruce's neurodivergent needs. Huh. That was not the apology Bruce had been expecting. He'd much rather have this one. I could have just said no, he says with a shrug. Or he could have turned away, walked off, done anything besides throw himself at Clark with all the feelings of a teenage girl in love. Bruce, you were never a teenage girl. How do you know? He's pretty sure Clark gets his point, so he doesn't have to point those particular things out. Hey, do y'all want to hear a rant about why grown men, whether gay or straight, comparing themselves to a teenage girl for having feelings is a product of toxic masculinity in our society? Yes, of course. Okay. We'll go for it. All right, so teenage girls are looked down upon for being openly enthusiastic. That's why fangirl exists as a phrase, derogatory, and not fanboy, or not until very recently. And as a verb, it's just used to look down upon people who are having fun and caring about something and just putting their whole heart into their hobbies and their passions. And, you know, when you're a teenager, your hormones are high and your emotions are turbulent. But that doesn't mean that it's assigned to one apparent gender or another. That's so misogynistic, and it makes me so upset about the baked in like judgment of people not being like, I think people who present as men should be allowed to love something and be enthusiastic about it without judging themselves. And I think society as a whole should stop shitting on teenagers for having something that brings them joy in life. Exactly, excellent point. Why are football and soccer fans, whatever, who, you know, happen to be male, never talked about like they're out of bounds for, you know, buying expensive tickets and cheering and painting their faces in public and having, you know, really loud discussions in hallways about that topic. That's okay. But if a teenage girl and her friends wants to get excited about something, all of a sudden that's like bad, irritating. Right? So I don't know if you know, but I'm in therapy right now. I'm living in sort of like a medically supervised group home. And one of the classes they teach is called dialectical behavior therapy. And so I had never heard of it before. But one of the things we learned this week was when you start feeling aggression and anger, instead of the loud volume or physical posturing or acts of violence that you had been doing before, you can reprogram your brain by doing something different. When you feel the onset of those emotions, which, by the way, you cannot control your emotions, but you can absolutely control your actions. Let me say, you can't control your thoughts. Your emotions you can meditate on or distract yourself through fandom or a preferred activity. And you can retrain your brain. So like one of the guys in the class who actually came from prison, I don't know what he did to land there, but when he was in prison, there was an arts and crafts thing, and he started crocheting. And so he taught himself, and now he can crochet throw blankets of a quality that people would pay hundreds or thousands of dollars on like Etsy or eBay for. I've seen it and touched it with my own eyes. Incredible, very impressive. But that's what he does when he's starting to feel angry. And like what I do is, you know, I go to a quiet, dark room. I do a little sensory deprivation, you know, cover my eyes, put on music if I want music, or if I need to, you know, cover up sounds from the outside, or if it's quiet and I don't want that auditory input, then I'll have silence for a little bit. And then once I've given my brain a chance to reset, you know, I like to read, or I've been doing art therapy or piano lessons. Well, not lessons. I'm trying to remind myself of lessons that I had many years ago, but, you know, time in the music room. Some people like to work out. Some people like to go work in the garden. But it's basically about retraining your brain, you know, allowing yourself to acknowledge that you're feeling aggression, but to own that it's not other people's fault that you got angry. Someone else did something. You felt angry about it, yes, but you have to ask yourself, why did I feel angry about it, first of all, when you have the time for the introspection? Like, what expectation of mine did they not meet that I became angry? Like, it's no one else's fault that you got angry, first of all. But second of all, when you do start to feel angry or aggressive for whatever reason, you don't have to continue down the path of expressing it in a violent or scary way to other people or to yourself.
And so I think that's really interesting. Yay for DBT. But back to the story. Opposite action. Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. Oh, but you did say something really, really insightful that I agree with. It feels like the only socially acceptable emotion for men to have is anger. And that's so unhealthy to people who present as men. Like, anyone whose apparent gender is man and is judged for it in that fashion, like, that's so unhealthy. Everyone should be allowed to love and laugh and be excited about things and be sad in public if they need to be. There's no shame about having emotions in public. And I think that's where a lot of people's repressed tendencies come from. And like depression, because you're judging yourself the same way society has judged you, especially as a neurodivergent person, for, having an autism event in public, whether that's excitement, anger, or meltdown. And people are like, yo, control yourself. And I'm like, stop overwhelming me with sensory input and things that are actively causing me cognitive dissonance, and I will stop having meltdowns in public. Whatever. Oops, that's my reminder that dinner hour has just started. But it goes until 6:30. It's 5 p.m. for me right now, so we've got some time. I totally agree with you. It's attractive when people are like authentically and openly themselves, and when they have their emotions, like they allow themselves to experience it, Yeah. Okay, and I would like to clarify, I'm not judging the author for using the phrase teenage girl in love when Bruce is thinking about himself. I think that the author used that phrase on purpose to, give us the impression of excitement and, first love and sort of. But yeah, exactly. The author is trying to give us the impression that Bruce would think like that. And I agree, because that's the way he's been trained to think by external pressures from society. I was giving a discourse on the fact that that phrase and that comparison exists at all as a shorthand for certain emotions. Just to be clear. Okay. He's pretty sure Clark gets his point, so he doesn't have to point those particular things out. Why didn't you? I don't know, he says honestly. Oh wait, oops, I switched the parts. That was Clark. Okay. I could have just said no. That was Bruce. And then Clark says, why didn't you? I don't know, he says honestly. Maybe he wanted to look Clark properly in the eyes. Maybe he wanted to kiss him as Bruce and not as Batman. For once, he doesn't have a complete answer to his own actions. Fascinating reference to the dichotomy that he sees himself as two different people in the same body. Do you regret it? Bruce can't tell if Clark is referring to the kiss itself or removing his cowl. Either way, his answer is the same. No. Do you? And I know I've made jokes before. Hello. All good. That was just the nurses check-in. So, I know I've made jokes before about Batman being his fursona. And like the truest version of himself. but I think it's true, you know? Like, my favorite stories have him consider Batman his truest identity and Bruce or Brucey to be the mask. Yeah, exactly. See, I think one of the reasons why Batman has such a huge queer following, and also, you know, like we pull him in for neurodivergent rep as well, is because he is literally an embodiment of preferred pronouns, a preferred identity that is different than his daytime socially acceptable self. And Batman is also like his trauma coping method, and is, you know, very weird. Like in the new movie, Batman 22, with our Pats, we're going to call him Battinson. I love how the line where, well, I don't necessarily love the fact that Gordon says it when he's like, man, you've never even showed me your real face. And I'm like, no, Gordon, you don't understand. Gordon, that is his true face. You are his best friend. He is with you as the truest version of himself. And he values you so highly. Hold up, the Batman 2 script is done? No, I had not heard that. That is thrilling. That's exciting. That is definitely worth capital letters. Yes. I have a theory that he adopts the mayor's son to be his first Robin in this setup, because he was definitely all about that boy's safety. What's your theory? Oh, you want... Every time I have to say his name out loud, and I know it doesn't mean it, like, I know it's just shorthand for a nickname, but the little kid being named Dick, I just laugh every time. Praying for the Grayson family to fall to their painful death so we can get the OG Robin. Sometimes that's just how it goes. All right. Okay, so neither of them regrets kissing. Excellent communication skills, boys. Proud of you. No, he says. Do you? No, Clark responds, and there's a softer smile on his face now. No, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Bruce nods and turns back toward the trail when Clark quietly says, even if there weren't any aliens around. Yep. Big screaming moment right there. Ah! This time when Clark takes Bruce's hand, it feels different. There's a warmth there, a closeness that Bruce didn't realize was missing before. He looks into Clark's brilliant blue eyes and wonders if perhaps being taken to Nereid was a blessing in disguise, even if it was technically a kidnapping. What's a little kidnapping if Clark is what he gets for his troubles? And that's a section break. All right, I think that's where I'm going to stop the recording today, because I do need to go eat supper. Bruce X has stopped working, which is why there's a section break, because there's no way Bruce knows how to react to that. Nice. But if y'all are still available when I get back from eating, we can do some more. To the listeners, thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and I hope to be back with more real soon. Hello and welcome to Bedtime Stories. We're back with Chapter 4 of What Happens on Nereid, hoping to finish it, but not committing to anything, because my track record has not been the best with this fic. But here we go. They meet Adime and Genevieve for another meal later in the day. Even if being kidnapped is what brought these feelings to the surface, Bruce would much rather explore them back on Earth. They need to find a way to get home. A delicate way to ask to leave the planet without insulting their hosts. They're doing an all right job of asking, if you ask Bruce. Clark sits closer to him. Nope, hold on. Clark sits close to him. There we go. Closer than he's been allowed the past 2 days. And Bruce takes comfort in his presence. He plasters his best smile onto his face as he inquires about borrowing one of their spaceships. Clark isn't back to full strength yet, but they're both prepared in case the aliens take offense and attack. Oh, me too. Oh, Bruce is so touch-starved. Oh my God, he's so touch-starved. I think Bruce is the flavor of autistic that enjoys physical touch, but only with people that he trusts emotionally, that are like feel emotionally safe to him. So I feel like not only is he touch-starved, he's touch-starved for physical affection from people that he trusts not to hurt him, in my opinion. Yeah, so I think he's like demi-romantic, demi-sexual, and demi-cuddle. Yes, all of it. Like, I feel like for Bruce, you know, he is capable and does experience sexual attraction, romantic attraction, and just wanting physical affection without sex. But he doesn't experience that just looking at a person, I think. Like, he might appreciate their aesthetic. I might be projecting. But I think he, you know, doesn't want people to be that close to him until he has an emotional bond and also trust. Like, there has to be both aspects of it, both the emotional bond and the trust. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Accidentally traumatizing himself because of the Brucey mask by forcing himself into intimacies for his cover. Oof. Yeah. Until he Bruceys up to Clark and seduces him successfully. Me too. Where was I? Okay, they're both prepared. Oh, I do apologize. Adime says, our pods take at least... Oh, pause. Comment in the chat. Oh yes, those kinds of fics, so fun. No, it's not really bedtime stories with special guests if I'm not half distracted most of the time. Don't worry. Where was I? Oh, I do apologize, Adime says. Our pods take at least... There's a static as the translator converts their time. 100 years to charge. And we can't very well let you have one of our battleships. 100? Clark splutters next to him. That's fine, Bruce interjects quickly. They don't need the pod to be fueled and fully charged. They just need a vessel for transport. My partner can fly us back. Oh, Bruce, did it hurt you physically to say that word? My partner? I can? Clark blinks a few times. He can? Adime echoes. I chose the strongest man on Earth, Bruce says, lacing their fingers together as he looks at Adime. He hopes he's been reading this alien right when he leans a little closer into Clark's shoulder. As I'm sure you can understand. Bruce isn't sure aliens can blush, But he is certain that the lewd look in both Adaim and Geneviève's eyes doesn't need translation. All we would need is one of your pods, Bruce adds, hoping he sounds innocent enough to be believable. Would that be acceptable? Well, now that you have shown how much, Geneviève sucks in a breath and shudders, passion humans can possess, we shall allow it. Bruce wants to smack himself, because of course they were watching too. It couldn't just be a bunch of the other inhabitants. No. Of course it had to be the two leaders getting their rocks off by watching him and Clark make out. While Bruce tries hard to swallow his embarrassment, Clark's smile is bright enough to light an entire city. The idiot. His smile has hardly hit his face before Geneviève continues. We will still be back for those minerals, though. Not for another more static 100 years, obviously, but still, be prepared to greet us. Of course. Bruce is quick to respond. There's no reason to agitate them any further. By the time they've come back to Earth, Bruce will have come up with a proper plan of defense, even though he'll be long gone by then. This is the part where we all collectively decide to ignore the fact that Superman is effectively immortal and Bruce is not. Because that makes me sad, and I don't like it. Or we can just all agree that he does find some way to become immortal. Yes. Right? I don't accept him dying either. I can't. He's not allowed. Not allowed. Where was I? Then you shall have one of our ships, Adaim says, although we are sad to see you go. Bruce struggles to find the right words, but Clark is quick to finish his sentence. We have children and friends waiting, he says. Family at home. We would like to go back and be with them. Of course, Geneviève says with a small smile. Several of her eyes trail off to the side, toward a group of smaller aliens, and Bruce suspects that at least a few of them are their offspring. You must remember to keep us informed of your ceremony. Ceremony? Bruce frowns. The wedding, Clark says, as he wraps his arm around Bruce's middle. Of course, we'll find a way to let you know. Great. If this thing actually works out between them and they end up wanting to marry each other, Bruce is going to have to make sure the venue is alien friendly. Clark and his big mouth. Bruce pushes the thought away primarily because he feels his cheeks heat up at the image of Mary and Clark. Too soon, too soon. He doesn't want to get married either way. Probably. I personally think that Bruce is also blushing because he's having thoughts of Clark and his big mouth being used in other ways. They talk back and forth some more. It's mainly Adime and Clark doing the talking, while Bruce and Genevieve eat. And in the end, they agree to let them borrow a spaceship the next day. It's later than Bruce would have wanted, but he knows Clark needs time to recover as well. Oh, so Bruce got hungry enough to eat, apparently. Am I misremembering? He didn't want to eat earlier in the story, right? He was avoiding the food. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. It doesn't take Clark the full 34 hours to be back to full strength. As soon as the suns have started rising on the sky, he keeps getting stronger by the minute. It's a good thing, Bruce knows. But he does like that Clark stays by his side, even though he can technically fly wherever he wants to. Come nightfall, Bruce doesn't build a wall of pillows between them, and he doesn't tell Clark to keep to his side of the bed. By the looks of it, Clark is surprised, but also pleased by the change of their sleeping arrangements. He's grinning like an idiot when Bruce intentionally lays close to him. He's about to change his mind when Clark wraps his arms around him, pulling him even closer. Clark's embrace is warm. It's safe. Ha! It's exactly what I was thinking. Safety. Only one bed. That's right. It's as close to a feeling of home as Bruce has felt outside the manor in years. He grumbles a little, but ultimately settles against Clark's chest. He lets his hand trail through the hair on Clark's chest and sighs. He doesn't know how he'll be able to sleep alone when they get back home. Perhaps he can convince Clark to stay over. I hope it's an X-rated sleepover. He feels like there's something he's forgetting, but his eyes are getting heavy, and the hand tracing a pattern on his back isn't helping. His foot bounces a few times to rid himself of the last excess energy, and he can't help but smile as he feels Clark's foot wiggle in response. He falls asleep with his head on Clark's shoulder, listening to his breathing. Did I ever say before that I do foot wiggles when I'm trying to fall asleep too? Like, I have to get my feet just right, cozy in the blanket, tucked around them. I do the same thing. I think we should take all the Superbat recs from this chat. I am not saying that I'm Batman, no. I'm saying that we're both autistic. Well, that's for sure. You've never seen me and Batman in the same room. Maybe I should be Batman for Halloween next time. I was thinking we should make a list of all the fics that got discussed and recommended in the chat, and put it in the end notes for this podfic. So anybody who's checking it out in the future and, likes the vibes of this one might enjoy those too. Where was I? Okay, he just fell asleep. Although he's been wanting to get off Nereid since they landed, Bruce can't help but feel a little melancholic. As they walk to the breakfast table for the last time, he knows he can't exactly go around Gotham hand in hand with Clark on a daily basis, so he enjoys the feeling while he can. They'll have to talk. I skipped an entire half of that sentence. They'll have to talk. Hold on. One more time. They'll have to have a proper talk, of course. But for now, they need to get home first. There we go. Thank you for the encouragement, Elle. The fruits are still a tad too bitter, and the consistency is not something Bruce will miss. But seeing as this is the last meal they'll share, he makes sure to savor it. He doesn't want to seem too eager to leave after all. He does dream of eating a regular apple once he gets to the manor. He'll have his hands full explaining where he's been for 3 days, but he's sure Alfred can make time for a grocery run too. He needs normal, human food. Safe foods, to be exact. His teeth are itching to feel bread again. Oh, Bruce needs his preferred foods. Adime and Genevieve show them to the pod they're borrowing, and Bruce's eyes widen when he sees how big it is. My mind is so in the gutter, I am thinking, what other circumstances could B be in where his eyes widen because of how big it is? He'd thought it would be a small vessel, but apparently their hosts have prepared a larger one for them. He doesn't particularly mind. They have also fueled it as much as they've been able to on such short notice, Genevieve explains. It might be able to take them back to Earth. It's only a few light years away, right? But in case it doesn't, are they sure Clark will be able to take them home? They absolutely are. When they go on board the ship, Adime hands him a small vial of liquid. And even though it's physically impossible for them, Bruce still swears they're winking at him. If you need a little help when you get home, they say. Help? It looks like regular water to him, like the lake they've bathed in and the liquid they've been drinking for days. The way Adime hands it to him, though, and their words, there's something off about this. Bruce holds the vial in his hand carefully. The water here on the ride is special, Adime tells him, and once again smiles like they're sharing a little secret. Passion isn't always easy to come by. Oh. Bruce feels like he's been hit by Dr. Freeze's cold gun. There was something in the water. It wasn't his imagination. They've been manipulated from the start. He feels like his throat is closing on him and doesn't hear what Adime tells him. There's a buzzing in his ears and he can't breathe properly. Poor baby is having a full-blown panic attack. Oh, I just saw your joke about super boner, Elle. There was something in the water. Okay, but here's the thing, right? Adime is talking about passion, but that doesn't mean that the emotions underneath it didn't exist, right? It sounds like alcohol, kind of, in sort of an inhibitions being lowered way. It's not causing anything to exist that didn't previously exist. It's lowering the emotional and rational barriers you have, parting your higher level consciousness from your baser thoughts and urges, I guess. Am I making sense? Yeah. So I think B doesn't realize that he didn't do anything that he didn't want to do anyway. The water just helped him tune into that. It seems like there's no hangover, so that's nice. Okay, so B is having a panic attack, it seems like. Has any of the things they've felt, even been real? He looks to where Clark is smiling at him from inside the spaceship, waiting so patiently for him with something akin to love in his eyes. Shit. And that is the end of chapter 4. No, Bruce, don't think it's fake. It's not fake. Clark isn't susceptible to shit like that unless it's kryptonite anyway. Okay. Left a comment for the author to let them know that we finished chapter 4. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Bedtime Stories. And we'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. It's Superbat Friday. Podfic broadcast time. There's no one in the chat right now, but we might have a couple people joining us later. So we'll see how it goes. I am going to hopefully finish what happens on Nereid. But at the very least, I'm going to start chapter 5. Here we go. Summary. They're finally home, but with what Adime told Bruce before they left. How are they supposed to make this thing between them work? Or is it best to just forget about it? Bruce. Come on. Author's note. Hi kids, here we are at the end. It's been quite a ride. Thank you for sticking with me. Please read the notes at the end. I've got a question for you. Now without further ado, enjoy our boys going crazy with unhinged feelings. Have fun! Oh, and happy birthday, Cindy. This one's for you. If you ever listen to this, Cindy, I hope you had a lovely day. And here we go. Bruce shuts down instantly. He creates as much space between them as he can, although as discreetly as he can manage as well. He doesn't want Clark to think something's happened, but he can barely look at him without feeling sick. This is why he has contingencies. This is why he plans everything. He has no idea how to handle this while they're trapped in a spaceship together. He puts the vial away, locks it safely in a cabinet. It's sex pollen. Sex water, whatever you want to call it. It must be. It's the only explanation for their behavior. Is it, though? Is it? He needs to make sure it stays safe so he can examine it when they reach Earth. It's the only way he'll be able to see a light at the end of this tunnel. He has to find a way to explain the situation to Clark without ruining whatever is left of their friendship. Well, one of the therapy sessions I attended recently, group session, was about how to communicate assertively without being aggressive. And the acronym they gave us to remember the tactics for assertive communication, I almost died withholding and restraining my laughter, was the word hard. And I'm like, this was written by someone with a very skewed sense of humor or someone with no sense of humor at all. Hard to say. So being assertive, you have to be honest, appropriate, respectful, and direct. So that's what I would suggest, Bruce. Use I statements and give Clark a hard time. Okay. The buzzing in his ears keeps going for hours, and it's enough of an excuse for Clark to merely look at him a little worriedly, but otherwise let him be. It looks like it takes all of his willpower, but he accepts Bruce's grunts and mutters for what they're intended to be. A soft dismissal and a request for privacy. Privacy. Bruce has never been more thankful that Clark is somewhat of an expert reading his facial expressions, even behind the cowl. He hasn't taken it off. He meant to, the second he stepped onto the ship, but now he can't make himself do it. If he takes it off, he'll expose much more than his face to Clark. Even Bruce Wayne can't keep something like this off his face. He can't believe he didn't notice sooner, or notice at all. The thought of there being something in the water, in the air, even in the food, had been mere speculations and an excuse not to look too closely at his own emotions. The realization he's come to, that he's liked Clark for quite a while, that he's tried to bury those feelings with a distance and a cold shoulder, is shattering in his hands, and he can't get a grip on himself when Clark is right next to him. Oh no, B is having a full-on meltdown right now. It might be quiet, but that doesn't mean it's not intense. Where was I? He's sure he felt this way for longer than 3 days, albeit not with his feelings this close to the surface. But how can he really be certain? What if this is what the water does? Disturbs and twists memories to make it fit with the image it wants them to see, to feel. Being in love. He feels dirty, like he's taken advantage of Clark somehow. Oh, Brucey. And he hasn't. And hasn't he? Bruce is the one who's supposed to notice these things, the one who's supposed to have a plan, to be prepared for everything. The expectations he places upon himself are so heavy. Yet he accepted these feelings as truth before even examining them properly. He thinks back to the many times he's felt that flutter in his stomach over the years he's known Clark. Did they really happen? Or is he imagining this because of the water? Has he truly felt a stab of jealousy when reading of Superman rescuing Lois from yet another trap? The hours of pushing away the feelings, ignoring them, did that even happen? Bruce's head hurts. B, you're doing it to yourself. Unless it's a side effect of withdrawal and sleep deprivation. The ship has hyperspeed. It barely takes 6 hours to reach Earth. It feels like 6 years in Bruce's mind. He doesn't know what to do, what to say, how to act. It's even worse now that he knows what Clark sounds like when he laughs freely, what his skin feels like underneath Bruce's hands, how he looks at Bruce when he thinks he doesn't notice. He can't not say anything forever, but he's not an idiot. Are you sure? He isn't going to start a serious discussion 2 minutes into a 6-hour trip. It would be the most awkward travel in his life. Oh, fair. Okay, so maybe it's more about his own needs than him being an idiot. More precisely, the need to be able to leave as soon as the conversation is done. Alright, that's fair. He's mentally pacing in his own mind, trying to come up with a gentle way to let Clark know that, no, he doesn't like him like that. It was just sex pollen, Clark. Yes, it's a lot to take in, take your time, but
Also, let's forget about the cuddling and making out we did on Nereid, and let's never tell anybody about this, okay? Of course, Bruce shouldn't have even started to worry because Clark can only stay silent for so long when it's just the two of them. It's only natural, really, that it ends up being Clark who opens the conversation. Would you like to set us down? At the watchtower or the manor? I know you probably want to see your kids right away, he says with that perfect voice of his, and Bruce has to close his eyes for a moment to compose himself. How long are the effects going to last? He opens his mouth to respond, but Clark is already continuing his own line of thought. Oh, but that might be a bit awkward. Explaining why I'm there with you, why we're, that might be moving a bit too fast. I get it, he says, struggling. I was going for struggling, which is not the word there, it's shrugging. Shrugging as he smiles nervously. Clark has met the boys before, several times even, and yet he's this nervous about sending the wrong message, about them moving too fast. They really haven't discussed what happened yesterday, which of course is Bruce's fault, but he's relieved that they haven't agreed on anything yet. There's still time to fix it. By fix it, you mean break it because you don't trust it. Bruce, goddammit. He can't stop staring at Clark's hopeful face. The soft smile and those gorgeous blue eyes. Bruce wants to pull him close and kiss him. You know, Bruce, you could just say, hey, I'm having doubts about this water. I want to study it in my lab. Let's give it a couple days and see if the feelings are still there, and then move forward. It could just be something as simple as that, Bruce. You don't have to bomb your bridges before you even... Bruce? There was something in the water, he says, a little too loud. There are 70 other ways he could have said that, could have started that sentence. At least half of them are better than what he ends up spitting out, but he can't go back now. He's started it, he's going to finish it as well. Clark deserves to know the truth instead of waking up one day next week realizing he doesn't feel anything for Bruce at all. There was something in the water on Nereid, he repeats, softer this time. A dime told me. Back before we left? Bruce, I don't think that's what he was saying at all. Clark says, gentle laughter in his voice. Like he can't believe Bruce wouldn't have understood a simple sentence. Bruce understood all too well. You heard him? Well, not all of it, but yeah, and it's not like... He gave me a vial of their water, Bruce. God damn it. He gave me a vial of their water, Clark. Bruce interrupts. He has to squash these feelings in Clark before they both do something stupid. Again. In case we need help consummating the marriage they believed we're planning. I want to cry for both of them for different reasons right now. Clark makes a face. But he doesn't apologize, at least. The wedding talk hadn't been meant as anything but small talk after all. Clark sighs and rubs the back of his neck. There's something in the air, a tension somehow. But Bruce ignores it as he watches Clark struggle to find the right words. Bruce, I don't think... He starts, but Bruce interrupts him again. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have told him to shut up or at least wait his turn to speak. Not Clark. Never Clark. He's always gentle and careful with Bruce.
Perhaps that's why it was so easy to believe what the water made them feel. What we've been feeling. Bruce takes a deep breath, tries to keep his heart steady, calm. What? Oh, just a second. Hello? Okay. What we've been doing has simply been the effects of the water. That's not true. It is, Clark, he repeats. It's not, like he wishes it wasn't. It would be easier to deal with a natural breakup later in life if their feelings were real, but this was painful no matter how you looked at it. It was important that Clark realized he'd done nothing wrong. But there wasn't anything that could change the fact that he'd been more or less brainwashed to fall in love with Bruce. God damn it, Bruce. Again. I didn't do a single thing that I didn't want to do. Bruce, Clark says, timid anger in his voice. He's getting frustrated, Bruce can tell, which is to be expected. It won't make him back off. You don't have to spare my feelings, he says, and wills Clark to hear the truth. He has the vial to prove it. There's no reason to keep up the charade. Bruce knows that's not how Clark sees it, but he's not exactly in an easy position either. He has no idea if what he's feeling is true or not. At least Clark doesn't have to doubt it. He hasn't had these feelings and thoughts brewing over months and months, having his memories twisted by some horrid water. Bruce rubs at his temples. He doesn't know right from left, up from down. He needs to rest, gather his thoughts. I'm not, Clark insists, the frustration clearer in his voice now. I'm being honest with you. Direct. Just like you asked me to, goes unsaid, but Bruce hears it nonetheless. You're confused, he says with conviction. Oh, B, the arrogance that it takes to decide that someone else doesn't know what they're feeling and that you know better. I know you don't like it when people do it to you. Give them the same courtesy. They've almost reached Earth's atmosphere. He needs this conversation to come to an end before he has to explain to the League what it's all about. He doesn't need any more heads butting in. I'm not, Clark says. Bruce can hear him grit his teeth. Why are you doing this? I'm just telling you the truth. No, Clark interrupts sharply. No, you're doing this to make sure you won't have any responsibility. To make sure you don't have to change or risk anything. To make sure you won't have to change anything or risk anything. That's not... Bruce blinks at the accusation. He's trying to do the right thing. To spare them both embarrassment and pain later on. That's a very autistic thing to do in my experience. To sort of pre-game a scenario in your mind and decide, well, this is how things are going to happen. There's no point trying to do anything different. It's very understandable and relatable, but it's not always the best way to handle the situation, Bruce. You're running away, Bruce, Clark says. He's crossing his arms over his chest, and he's looking at Bruce with such disappointment in his eyes that it's a miracle Bruce doesn't look away. I'm making sure to keep us safe. Safe from a heartbreak that comes to nothing. Comes from nothing. Even if Bruce has doubts about his own feelings, he's sure of Clark's. Clark can't love him, has never loved him. The thought alone is ridiculous now that Bruce has had time to think it over. Clark has Lois and Metropolis waiting for him. Bruce has Alfred and the boys. Gotham waits for no one. You're making excuses. Clark spits. He's really angry now. It's clear from the way he holds himself. Straight and stiff, jaw set. If you don't want to be with me, then just say that. Fine, Bruce growls. I don't want to be with you. Ouch. Liar, Clark's eyes say. It's echoing inside Bruce's head, but he won't let it show. If this is what it takes to make sure Clark doesn't end up feeling guilty about his behavior, then so be it. If this is what he has to say to keep their friendship intact, he's willing to be the bad guy. It will take Clark some time, but he'll get over it. It's only been 3 days. As soon as the water is out of his system, he'll be back to normal. They'll have another weird talk. They'll laugh about it. Well, Clark will laugh and Bruce will nod his head. They'll be all right. The pain in his chest is calling him a liar as well. But Bruce knows better. He knows this is for the best. It will hurt for a day or two, and then he too will be fine. Even if it takes a little longer than that. He's only human after all. He'll manage. He'll just wait for the feelings to go away. And that's a section break. Alright, I need a quick intermission. BRB. Okay, and we're back. We have switched to Clark's viewpoint. The feelings don't go away. Clark knew they wouldn't. There's no way he would have so easily accepted these feelings if they hadn't been brewing for quite some time. He knows this with every fiber of his being, and yet Bruce, clever and resourceful Bruce, can't see through his own panic. Clark isn't sure why he's even surprised at this point. This is what Bruce does. Sabotages his own happiness in any way possible, dragging the people who care about him through the dirt as well. He may not mean it, but he does it every time. Clark has seen it in Bruce's exes, in the way he treats his children. He's better with the boys now. Ever since Jason came back, Bruce has worked hard to be a better role model, a better father for all of them. That doesn't make him perfect, though. Clark knows, and has always known, Bruce isn't perfect. He doesn't want him perfect. He wants him just the way he is. Messy and chaotic, bouncing feet and snorting laughs. He wants everything. Oh, Clark. The descent to Earth is awkward, to say the least. Bruce can't look at Clark, and Clark can't look away from Bruce. Why is he such an idiot? There's no way water can have that effect on the both of them. Even if it did affect Bruce somehow, it wouldn't have done the same to Clark. He would have felt it. Me, when I was going off about how silly Bruce was being, I forgot to include that in the list. Even without his powers, he knew what it felt like to digest poison. Bruce was an expert himself. There's no way he wouldn't have been able to tell long before he was told directly. Clark's right, it's an excuse. Clark tries to think of what he heard Adam say, but he can't find anything in the alien's words that would make Bruce say these things. Perhaps he really just doesn't want to be with Clark? maybe what's okay on Nereid isn't okay on Earth. The thought makes Clark grit his teeth. That's some bullshit, and Bruce knows it. What they felt on Nereid was real, was true. It's something Clark hasn't let himself think before, but that doesn't make it a lie. He's never allowed himself to see Bruce that way because he didn't think he'd stand a chance. He didn't want to throw away the friendship he's tried so hard to build. He wasn't willing to risk it. He is now, though. So why is Bruce hesitating this much? Clark knows him, knows that he doesn't believe he deserves love. The mission comes first, always. But Clark wouldn't be a hindrance to the mission. If anything, he'd be the perfect partner for Bruce. They know each other's identities. They know what life is like as a superhero. They could make it work. If only Bruce wasn't so dead set on being miserable for the rest of his life. Bruce needs so much therapy. They make it to the watchtower, an easy decision after their little talk, and are met with half the Justice League standing ready to fight them. Oh, right. Enemy ship and all that. Clark isn't really in the mood to explain anything, but despite being angry with him, he can't leave Bruce alone to talk to the League. Especially since he's clearly in a hurry to get out of here. Away from Clark. The thought hurts, but he knows he should expect this. It's Batman after all. He suddenly wishes they could have stayed on a ride. Bruce has never been as honest with him as he was there. I think that goes back to on a ride he was able to take off his masks, both physical and mental. So he was honest with himself first, which is the important thing. It's a big step before being honest with other people about your feelings. Oh, this chapter is hurting my feelings. Are you okay? Diana is the first to speak and straighten up from her fighting stance. We were so worried about you. We're fine, Clark says, when Bruce doesn't even grunt to acknowledge she's spoken. Great, so he's going to be doing all the talking. A thought comes to mind that he probably should have considered before. He's been a little preoccupied. Didn't you look for us? And I found you too, Hal says proudly. The sound of his voice has Bruce's shoulder do the thing that makes Clark know he's rolling his eyes. But the Lanterns don't have any sort of treaty with that planet. We had to work some stuff out before we could get you. So you just stopped trying? Bruce finally speaks. He tisks and shoves his way through their friends, no doubt going directly for the Zeta beam, leaving Clark to do all the work. Granted, Clark knows he's annoyed for a stupid reason. Bruce has kids to get home to, a family to take care of. He must have missed them very much. He'd even started talking a bit more openly about his sons last night. That was before he'd been stuck inside his own panicked mind, though. Hey, Hal calls after him, but Clark grasps his shoulder. Let him go, he says gently. He knows Hal means no harm. He's just exhausted. Was it really that bad? The Nereiders aren't supposed to be a violent people. That's why we figured you guys would be okay. Otherwise, they have 3 yellow suns, man. We figured you'd do your thing if things got out of control. It's fine, Clark says with what he hopes is a convincing smile. We were fine. No harm came to us. At least, not at the hands of the Nereiders, he added silently. He briefly locks eyes with John and swallows. He shouldn't have thought that so bitterly. John merely moves his head in a slight nod, and Clark knows he won't tell anyone. John never does. What did they want? Wally asks curiously. Did you really find a peaceful solution? Somewhat, Clark says. They barely spoke about the invasion, and he feels guilty about it now. He was too focused on Bruce. They won't be coming back anytime soon. But they will come back? Wally asks. He doesn't sound scared, but he does look uncomfortable at the thought of the kidnapping aliens coming back to Earth. Sorry, I keep accidentally touching my mic. We'll be ready for them, Clark assures him. He's certain they will be. That Batman will make sure of it. If he doesn't dig his own grave and fling himself into it before, that is. Dramatic, stubborn brat. Oh, I said brat, but the sentence says bat. My bad. Clark tries to suppress a sigh. He knows what he feels, how he feels, and he's not an idiot. He can tell Bruce feels the same way, even if they haven't discussed it directly. Perhaps that's their mistake. Bruce would have had a tougher time believing his own tricky mind if he knew that Clark has been in love with him far longer than they spent on Nereid. Excuse me. Clark knows it's his responsibility to give a report to the League, but he's tired. He feels like he's been to the ringer with Darkseid several times in a row. Emotional damage. Have y'all seen the Stephen Huh memes? Where it's he's talking about the Asian level of difficulty for video games. It's a spoof. And he's like, emotional damage. Emotional damage. It's so funny. Emotional damage is much worse than physical. He tries his best to answer all their questions, dodging the ones about what it was like being stuck with Batman of all people. And before the hour is up, he's on his way home to Metropolis. He wants to go see Bruce, to corner him in that damn cave and demand he listen. But he knows it's a bad idea. What Bruce needs is space, and Clark knows how to give him that. He just wishes he didn't have to. If Bruce is so certain that it's the water making them feel the way they do, he will need a few days to realize that isn't the case. He will probably spend countless hours examining the water Adam gave him. And even when all the tests come back negative, he'll do hundreds more just to be sure. He'll need even more days to admit he was wrong, and then another day or two to be able to admit it out loud. But even if he comes to the right conclusion, will Bruce be able to accept his own feelings? There's a reason he believed the water did this to them. That he believed it so wholeheartedly, so quickly. It's the excuse he was waiting for. Wow. B. Clark has got you pegged to a T. He knows you. Clark is sure Bruce doesn't realize he's doing this, ruining things before they've even started. They've been friends for a few years now, good friends. And it's not like Clark isn't nervous about taking the next step. He knows it would be worth it, though. He tries to bury the hurt underneath his anger. He is angry. Angry and frustrated because there's nothing he can do to convince Bruce He's being silly. Angry because Bruce won't trust him, trust his feelings. The water may have given him that last push, given him the courage to act, but it isn't what made him fall for Bruce. It took him a while to realize that what he's been feeling for the past few months has been attraction, and the start of something that could bloom into love given time and patience. Bruce won't give him either. Not right now. He needs time. Time Clark wishes desperately he didn't need. Because he's ready now. He was ready that second day on Nereid. He knows what he wants, and he wants it bad. If only Bruce was a bit more honest with himself. Clark gets home, and he is once again amazed with how much Lois does for him, even when he doesn't ask. There was wreckage after the invasion, and apparently Clark Kent was sent to investigate, take pictures, write up the more factorial information, and it has taken him a few days to do so. The note left on his kitchen counter says he owes her dinner and at least 12 roses. That's a lot of money for flowers. I prefer gift cards.